guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden says he will not pardon his son Hunter as a felony gun trial moves forward. In an interview with ABC News, Biden saying he would accept the outcome of his son's trial and not issue a pardon. Hunter Biden's trial continued in a Delaware court on Thursday, Biden being charged with 3 felony charges related to buying and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. Former White House chief strategist and close ally to former President Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, has been ordered to report to prison on July 1st to serve a 4-month sentence. The case stems from his defiance of a House subpoena during a congressional investigation into the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. Following a court appearance in Washington, Bannon comments on his ongoing legal case.
All of this, besides the major legal issues that have to be addressed, all of this is about one thing. This is about shutting down the MAGA movement, shutting down grassroots conservatives, shutting down President Trump. Not only are we winning, we are going to prevail, and every number and every poll shows that.
The International Space Station is welcoming more astronauts. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured the crew remains safe.
On Thursday, French President Emmanuel Macron marked the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landing in Normandy. During a ceremony near Omaha Beach, Macron said Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, You can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
The accused Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann has been charged with 2 additional murders after pleading not guilty to killing 4 other women and leaving their bodies scattered along a coastal highway on Long Island. Officials in Suffolk County say the deaths of Jessica Taylor in July of 2003 and Sandra Costella in November 1993 were traced back to Heuermann after uncovering new DNA evidence and a computer document used to plan the crimes. District Attorney Ray Tierney making the announcement Thursday.
We allege that this document evinces the defendant's intent in committing the charged crimes, that his intent was specifically to locate these victims, to hunt them down, and to bring them under his control and to kill them.
The 2024 list of the best restaurants in the world is out. USA's Corey Myers has the details as far as what restaurants made the cut.
Only one restaurant in the United States made it into the top 10 for this year's list of the world's 50 best restaurants. The awards, often called the Oscars of fine dining, took place at the Wynn in Las Vegas, with Barcelona, Spain's De Frutar taking the top place. New York City's Atomics, the only U.S. restaurant in the top 10.
Former President Donald Trump held a rally on Thursday in Phoenix. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
All right, his name is Josh Malloy. The album is Where You Came From. And the full album, well, it used to be, you'd say, hit stores today. I'm not sure how that works these days. The full album drops today. That's the way they put it. Check it out, Josh Malloy. You'll find the full version of 1,000 Miles. Again, album drops today. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard, or welcome back. Are you ready for another day? Ready or not, we will turn the page on the calendar, work our way into a Friday. All right, TGIF, as they like to say. Get ready for the weekend. What's on tap? Well, it's a good night for trailer truck in most of the country for... It's been a lengthy time since we've been able to say there's not a whole lot going on out there. Yeah, we do not have any severe weather. The only advisories we see are for the heat out west. Excessive heat warnings for another day and heat advisories. Yeah, for much of Southern California, the desert Southwest, as we continue to contend with triple-digit temperatures right on through the weekend. You might find a few spotty showers out there in parts of northern Nevada, southern Idaho. Still a little bit of rain way up in the northeast, northern New England. That'll be pulling on up into Canada through the overnight hours. Aside from that, just a spotty shower in parts of West Virginia tonight. I do see a cluster of showers in the Texas Panhandle region. But like I said, for most of the country, it's a beautiful night. Clear skies outside the secret bunker here, 66 degrees. As we get ready for a new day. All right, we'll take a quick look at our traveler's weather as we typically do as we get things underway. We will be watching for the potential for more strong storms as we roll through the weekend here. We're going to be focused on a corridor from Colorado to Mississippi. You'll be at risk for rounds of severe thunderstorms, torrential downpours. Right on into this weekend, according to AccuWeather. Couple of disturbances going to roll southeast along the edge of the big heat dome out west and across the central plains and then drop into the lower Mississippi Valley between now and Saturday and perhaps the entire weekend. After a few locally severe thunderstorms over the southern plains this past evening, the first main round of storms will be erupting Friday evening along much of the Colorado border to Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma, as well as part of the Texas Panhandle region. Some of the stronger storms in that zone may produce a few tornadoes. We could be talking large hail, winds 55, 65 miles per hour, local gusts up to maybe 80, as this push eastward across Nebraska, Kansas, northern Oklahoma, and Arkansas later on Friday night. Saturday, some stronger storms may shift further to the south and west over the southern plains, but also extend further to the east into the Mississippi Valley. We're looking at storms Saturday afternoon and Saturday night. Eastern Kansas to Arkansas, northern Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee. They'll carry the risk of damaging winds, large hail, and flash flooding. They do say wind gusts from Saturday's storms could reach 85 miles per hour. On ahead, the second half of the weekend, Sunday, pretty much the same corridor, the threat zone, eastern New Mexico, southeastern Colorado, much of Oklahoma and Arkansas once again, northern parts of Texas and Mississippi. The stronger storms Sunday will carry the risk of producing a brief tornado as well. And while many of the heaviest storms and downpours from each disturbance may move over different areas, some of these storms will indeed overlap. Where that occurs, the rain will be the greatest and the risk of flash flooding will be highest. Looks like the weekend area to watch for flash flooding will extend from Oklahoma to Arkansas, much of the Ozark Mountains, where camping activities ramp up as we head into the summer season. Sunday, some activity may persist over the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley. Yeah, a few of those storms may reach all the way eastward across the southern Appalachians and maybe the coastal areas of the Carolinas and Georgia. Fortunately for northeastern Texas, where the secondary rivers are once again on the rampage after torrential rains in recent days, most of the storms are forecast to slide by to the north there. We have a handful of rivers in northeastern Texas well above flood stage and will continue through the weekend. Some areas are going to experience major flooding, even with no additional rain. Some portions of the Neches, Sabine, Trinity rivers, and others may remain above flood stage right through the middle of this month, according to the National Water Prediction Service. So you could use a break from the rain there in Texas. Meanwhile, a cool-off. The frontal system is finally pushing through. A break from the summer temperatures as a push of cooler air southeastward into the weekend here. And it's going to be in place, may have some areas, turning off the AC and during the overnight hours, maybe having to shutter the windows. Temperatures in Minneapolis Wednesday morning were near 60 degrees. Dew point temperatures were about 15 degrees lower. The colder air at the mid-levels of the atmosphere, as well as disturbances in the jet stream, will make weather conditions rather complex, if not chaotic, in some cases through the weekend. Some days may bring a couple of showers or even a gusty thunderstorm. Other days, right on through Monday, may be mostly rain-free. Some building cloud cover and spotty showers may reach the Atlantic coast and dip from the Ohio Valley into the interior southeast. But the most noticeable drop in humidity along the mid-Atlantic coast in New England will be now and on into the weekend. Friday will seem refreshing, especially with an active breeze. It should be noticeably less humid for New York City, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. The coolest air may not kick in till Friday night or Saturday. After multiple days in the 80s this week in New York City, you're going to cool off, peaking in the 70s for much of this weekend and on into next week. Similar change you're going to be felt across the interior southeast. Through the upcoming day, portions of the Tennessee Valley, Nashville, will see a drop in humidity. From Atlanta to Charlotte, you may have to wait till later in the day for that cooler air and the less humid effects to be felt. But coastal areas in the southeast, probably going to stay warm due to the intense sunshine here in the month of June. But cool air will make its presence known in this pattern from the Great Lakes to the Central Appalachians. Bradford, PA, in the northwest part of the state, you're probably not going to get out of the 60s from now through Monday. Very cool this weekend. All right, one potential spoiler for at least part of the weekend in the southern states will be disturbances tracking from the Central Plains to the lower Mississippi and Tennessee valleys. We were talking about there a few minutes ago. So otherwise, all right, get ready for the weekend. And hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love, who says TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy. It's the midnight hour, TGIF. Yes, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, the Hot Shot Secrets hidden bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. All right, get ready for the overnight drive. 844-844-3388. That's the hotline to dial up. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits to be part of the show. So heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, and turn up the volume. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. All right, are you with me? Jacob says hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 68 degrees. Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Shorty is rolling I-77 northbound, Bastion, Virginia. Columbus bound with 76 degrees. Rubber Duck on board. Good night from Chicago. We're locked and loaded on watch. Let's see, you guys on 294 by Cicero. Stop blowing the horn, will you? That's almost like an invitation. Wake him up as you go by. Hello, Billy. Good morning to the Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive, folks. 71 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Got a double tonight. Up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Lumberton, North Carolina, then back to Garysburg. And then Jacksonville, North Carolina. Busy night on tap then. Thank God it's Friday, so have a great day. There's Jeffrey in Florida saying, hello, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Young Colton is on board. He says, I'm out of school. Finally. All right, so you're ready for the summer rest and relaxation. You can be like my grandson. His sleep schedule's all screwed up. He's been playing games till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, sleeping half the day. But that's what summertime's all about for the young ones. Hello, Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. 66 degrees here in my part of the Bluegrass. A beautiful day today. I was able to work in the flower beds. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Did you happen to see where Biden's given the illegals free health care? You know who's going to pay for that, don't you? Plus, have you seen all the small earthquakes in Ohio, New York, and really all over the country? There were 7 small ones in California a few days ago. All right, take care, everyone out there. Have a great weekend and be blessed. Very good. And yes, indeed, it is 844-844-3388. We're going to be joined, Logan McFarland. I'm going to introduce Logan to you. We're going to talk a little bit about some Hot Shot Secret products. Talk about IDs. What is that? Yeah, he'll explain coming up here just ahead as we roll into the weekend, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Larry, who says, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 68 degrees, Platkill, New York tonight. As he kicks off round 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware. Reloading for Monday. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy but dry for now in Redford, Virginia. 71 degrees. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 66 degrees, Carthage, Missouri. I parked my powerful chrome-plated cow truck on the curb in front of the Weiss compound. Ran inside to give my hot blonde wife a kiss when I come back. there was disco lights all up and down the street. My Trump-hating neighbor had called the cops, and when they saw me, it was two-time, is that you, two-time? It was me. And the Carthage PD reprimanded my neighbor for harassing me. We all shook hands. I'm now headed to the land of Oz with 63 heifers. All is well in the Show Me State. Hey, a special one-night-only shout-out to Senor Heatwave from Jasper County, Missouri. Gotta love those pesky neighbors. Hello to Timothy. Good morning. Nice, cool night here. Frank says good evening from Mesa, Arizona. Debbie says hello. Good morning, Steve. 64 here in Indiana, going up to a nice, comfortable 76 today. I'm hanging out with my special driver today in his truck. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a fabulous Friday and a wonderful weekend with some much nicer weather. That is beautiful spring-like weather. It's not going to do a lot to warm the pool water up, but I'm sure the summertime will be here before we know it. All right, let me jump on over and introduce you to Logan McFarland. Logan, how the heck are you tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Can't complain, Logan. Well, let me tell folks a little bit about yourself before we talk a little bit about some of the Hot Shot Secret products. You've been with LSI or Hot Shot Secret for how long now, and what are your duties there in Mount Gilead?
Gotcha. So I've worked at Hot Shot Secret or Lubrication Specialties for about 5 years now. I've helped formulate and optimize a fair few of our additives, whether they're fuel or oil additives, as well as some of our oils. And my main job, my title would be lab technician. So that means running any tests, any machines, mixing any samples, and general, lab duties for Hot Shot Secret.
See, you're the guy. You're one of the guys kind of behind the scene, taking all these. Because I know you do testing of other brands and formulations, and if Hot Shot Secret's going to make a product that has competitors out there, they're going to make sure it's going to do something bigger and better than any competition on the shelf. So that's probably that's a pretty nifty job.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. There's always, new challenges you run into, and every single product you make is for a different application, which means you need different tests to represent that application. So, a lot of research.
So we're going to start tonight. I know you've got the expertise. You can explain what IDs and things of that nature are. What product are we going to talk about first here?
So Diesel Extreme is going to be the main acting product for internal diesel injector deposits, but EDT will still have a secondary effect, given that it has injector cleaner that helps with internal diesel injector deposits.
So for those who may not be familiar, most of our audience should be familiar with what most of our products do, but it's been a while since we've had anyone on to talk about what this product does or that product does. So for someone who's going to be, for instance, maybe a new user of Hot Shot Secret, they're just coming on board, going to try things out. They've got the diesel engine. You would recommend starting the Diesel Extreme for the fuel side and the Stiction Eliminator for the oil side. Let's start with the Diesel Extreme. What is that going to do for my engine?
So Diesel Extreme is what we consider our deep clean fuel system cleaner. It is a huge shot of cetane booster and fuel system cleaner. We're actually regulated by how much fuel system cleaner we're allowed to use by the EPA. We're right there. In addition, it also contains a water demulsifier, a lubricity additive, and rust and corrosion inhibitors. But really, the main thing we're going for with Diesel Extreme, fuel system cleaner, cetane booster, with some water dispersant in there. And that's used as the first treatment of our products, and you'll notice it straight away. Especially if you've never run fuel additives, you will notice the cleaning power of Diesel Extreme as well as the 7-point cetane boost you get.
Okay. Now, IDs, that's a term that means what?
Internal diesel injector deposits.
Okay.
So IDs are really, they're very similar to external diesel injector deposits, but they occur on the inside. So what you get with IDs, if you've ever seen the scaling on a hard water system, or the calcium deposits you get in the piping of just water systems, it looks just like that.
Really?
But imagine that on the inside of a diesel injector, and we're talking about 30 to 50,000 psi acting on these little deposits as well. And when it comes to such tight tolerances in these injector systems, you don't want anything in there inhibiting the armature group or the nozzle body or the nozzle itself. So they're pretty problematic.
Well, I got a real issue with hard water in my house, so and it's hard to get rid of. Now, the Diesel Extreme, what is it going to do? Is it actually going to dissolve those deposits to clean things out, or what?
Yeah. So for Diesel Extreme, the fuel system cleaner that we're using for it, the injector cleaner part of that formula, is specifically formulated for removing IDs.
Well, I'm looking at the clock. We got to pause there. We'll come right back. Logan, hang in there following the news break.
USA News Update. French President Emmanuel Macron is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, he stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. President Biden, along with other world leaders and veterans, joined in honoring the surprise attack that played a crucial role in liberating Europe from Nazi Germany during World War II. Court in session Thursday for Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial in Delaware, with the widow of his late brother, Haley Biden, taking the stand. Haley, who dated Hunter at the time, is testifying about how she discarded the firearm in a dumpster outside a grocery store in Wilmington. Former President Trump's campaign is starting to vet potential running mates. Reports indicate that the vetting process is concentrated on 4 candidates: Florida Senator Marco Rubio, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed. We've got a Friday rolling in here. Trust you've had a good week. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Talking a little bit about Hot Shot Secret products as we start things off tonight. We're joined by Logan McFarland, lab technician. Behind the scenes there at Hot Shot Secret, Mount Gilead. We left off there. So the Diesel Extreme, that's where we started off with. That's going to be to clean everything out from the fuel side. Once I've used the Diesel Extreme, how often do I need to use that? Every once or twice a year, or every third or fourth fill up, or what's the recommendation on that?
With Diesel Extreme, the typical recommendation we have is every 6,000 miles. For over-the-road trucks, you can go through that pretty quickly, within a couple weeks. So for them, we say every 6,000 miles or so. For the typical over-the-road heavy-duty pickup truck, I'd like to say, if you're about to do an oil change and you have the truck up in the air, go ahead and just throw a bottle of Diesel Extreme in the gas tank, in the diesel tank.
Okay, and then in between, we're going to use the everyday diesel treatment, which is also going to keep things clean, and it's got the boost. What's the difference between the two?
So Diesel Extreme being, using mainly the fuel system cleaner and the cetane booster. EDT, everyday diesel treatment, is a 6-in-1. So it's covering all the bases that you're looking for a typical fuel treatment that you're going to want with today's ultra low sulfur diesel. So it's going to be covering the cetane boost as well. It's going to have a fuel system cleaner in there, but as more as a keep clean dosage and less as a deep clean like Diesel Extreme. And another big benefit is the lubricity agent that we use in there. We actually use LX4, which is another one of our additives specifically for lubricity. We include that in the everyday diesel treatment formula. We also have stabilizers, water dispersants, a demulsifier actually, and fuel stabilizers as well in there, and rust and corrosion inhibitors. So really covering all your bases for an everyday treatment, and set at a pretty low treat rate at 1 to 1,600. So you're only using 2 ounces per 25 gallons. So the bottle will last you a while.
Okay, and it's gonna improve my fuel economy as well, right? I mean, we've talked how without the diesel treatment, the cost of the product, it will pay for itself and even put more money in your pocket by the increased fuel economy.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's costing a pretty low amount to use everyday diesel treatment. The cost per treated gallon is somewhere around 2 to 4 cents. So, and then if you're getting fuel mileage gains, I mean you'll notice fuel mileage gains just from the cetane boost alone, a 7-point cetane boost on that as well. So, not to mention cleaning the fuel system and lubricating. So it'll absolutely pay itself off. It's a worthwhile investment.
So take us over to the fuel side. This is kind of where everything got started with Hot Shot Secret. It was initially the Stiction Eliminator product, which was, I guess, initially developed for issues with fuel injectors that had an oil side to the injector. And are there still engines being made that have an oil side fuel injector, or are those pretty much a thing of the past?
They're not typically being made now. Maybe for some industrial applications, you might see them. Usually when you see HEUI systems, those are the hydraulically activated oiling systems on the injectors. You usually see that in older models. The 7.3 Power Stroke is really known for it, and international stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But also, CAT used HEUI systems for a long time, and they're great. They're reliable. They're lower pressure than common rails, so you're not running into too many high pressure issues. But they are prone to varnish buildup on the oil side of the injector. The same way we were talking about IDs on the fuel side, they were getting it on the oil side, except instead of insolubles in the diesel fuel, it's actual varnish from the oil cooking inside of the injector. So Stiction Eliminator was actually formulated just for that application. We realized it worked really well at it. Saves 9 out of 10 HEUI injectors. And we realized it works just as well everywhere else in the oiling system, particularly lifters. We noticed recently with roller lifters that they're prone to gumming up, and then you get a roller cam and a roller lifter that is functioning more like a flat tappet, which is a terrible thing you don't want to have happen. So it actually helps fix lifter tick as well.
And turbos, I mean, the heat that is generated for the oil in turbos, they're prone to have that buildup, right?
Yeah, I mean, turbos are running at 10,000 RPM at idle, and you have a very small oiling system inside of those turbos, and those bearings will just cook. So Stiction Eliminator does really well at keeping those bearings free from varnish buildup, so you don't burn the bearing out.
So my Stiction Eliminator, much like the Diesel Extreme on the oil side, it's going to clean up all that varnish, all that coked up oil. So I'm going to use that every third oil change, every other oil change. What's the recommendation there? Did we lose Logan? I think we might have lost Logan. Uh-oh.
There we go.
There you are. Welcome back.
Dropped out a little bit.
So we were talking about the Stiction Eliminator. The Stiction Eliminator it's got the friction reducer, which that's the FR3, I believe. So once you use the Stiction Eliminator, for my next, oil change or two, you can bump down to the FR3. That's the friction reducer, which is blended into the Stiction Eliminator.
Yeah, FR3 is part of the Stiction formula, and they are formulated, Stiction Eliminator and FR3 are formulated with the same idea that Diesel Extreme and everyday diesel treatment is your maintaining Deep Clean product.
Okay.
So Stiction Eliminator would be your Deep Clean product that's made primarily as a cleaner, but what we've noticed is some other cleaner products on the oil additive side, they really compromise lubrication to allow for cleanability. And usually you get that from, using some solvents, which are known to be pretty harsh. We don't use solvents. We use Group 5 esters that are made for lubricating and cleaning on the oil side.
Mm-hmm.
And then FR3 being made as the Keep Clean. It's primarily focused on being a lubricant rather than a cleaner, but it still has a Keep Clean dosage of the esters that we use. So.
Yeah, I was looking here. I had Daniel had a question. I'm trying to decipher how much Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme should I be using in my Super MD Farmall? It starts on gas, then you switch it over to diesel. I'm not even really familiar with what that is. Are you?
Not particularly with that application, but it's a diesel, so it's really just going to go based off of fuel capacity. What size is the fuel tank, and so for a 16-ounce bottle of the Diesel Extreme, it'll treat 40 gallons, and then the 32-ounce bottle treats 80 gallons. So one of those bottles should be, well, really, I would think for that application, it's probably only going to have 5 to 10 gallon capacity potentially. So I would say that a 16-ounce bottle would be plenty for something like that.
Okay. All right, so in the research and development department, I know there's a lot of products that have been coming. They had a little discussion this morning. What's in the pipeline? We've got anything we can talk about? Anything new that's going to be coming out, hitting shelves here in the near future?
Yeah, so right now we're looking at making, or actually in the pipeline right now to come out, is our Red Diamond product line. It's a passenger car motor oil, so if you own a diesel, typically speaking, you're going to own a gasoline car on the side as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to offer oil for those vehicles. Some other things we have coming down the line is a turbo assembly lube. We already create an engine assembly lube, but we decided we want to make a turbo assembly lube as well. And they're actually going to be formulated a little different from each other, just because turbos, when they first start up, have a bit more stringent requirements as far as lubrication goes. So those are the two main ones to look out for. We also just had hydraulic fluid rolled out. So we offer hydraulic fluid as well. That's mainly as a dealer's option. But I believe it's also available. It's mostly available in drums and tote sizes, industrial sizes.
Mm-hmm. So how are things going with the they've been making changes there in Mount Gilead. It's been a while since I've been up there, but are things going well? You were bringing in some big, what do they call them, to be able to blend more product?
Oh, yeah. Our tank farm is what we call it.
The tank farm, yes.
Huge storage tanks for raw materials and blended products. I believe now we have, probably about 5 tanks right now, all of them varying in sizes, but the smallest is about a 5,000 gallon, or maybe 2,500 gallon tank. So it's a lot better than, how we started, just blending products in drums and then in totes to now we're doing, bulk sizes, receiving tankers in. It's a lot of growth.
Well, that's a good thing, right? The bigger, the better.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, things are growing. So, are they expanding the size of the facility there? I know that they had to go back and kind of re-rent or release, or maybe they bought the old original facility because they were running out of storage space.
Yeah. So we are looking to expand. It's always been in the pipeline to expand the building. There's a lot that goes into that. But we've had our entire distribution center. That's what we call it now. That's the actual old facility that the whole company used to be based off.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have the one facility for blending and production, and as well as our offices, and then another whole building just for getting this stuff sent out and storage.
Good stuff. So busy. Old Kyle used to dial this up every now and then. I guess he's in Iowa. Starting today, I think they got, where is that in Iowa? They got the NTPA action going on.
Yeah, with Kyle, he's all over the place all the time. I actually just got back from Michigan a couple weeks ago. I went to the On-Away Big Rig Challenge with him.
How was that?
Out around with the,
that's the uphill truck racing, right?
Yeah, loaded down with 100,000 pound trailers, just hauling them uphill, and it was fun. It was surprisingly chilly. I didn't expect that. Well, granted, it was Michigan. I should have prepared, but no, it was a lot of fun. We got a lot of good video content for that, so that's on Facebook, and got to meet Matt Rice. He was one of our sponsored racers, and he does some content for us now. So it was great to meet him.
Okay, let me see. I got an email to ask you. I saw some 5W30 oil. I think it was called the Green Diamond. He said, I went to the website, couldn't find it, but I saw it advertised. That would be...
Gotcha.
Okay.
That may be our Gray Diamond line, our Gray Diamond Euro, because that's the only 530 that we offer. Gray Diamond Euro is exactly what it sounds like. It was made for smaller displacement European diesel engines. So think Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, BMW, things like that for these smaller little commercial diesel, passenger car diesel engines. Their recommendations, their specifications are a lot different compared to, your heavy duty 6.7 Cummins, Power Stroke, stuff like that. So we made oil specifically for them, based on the ash content. They don't like a whole lot of metals in those oils. So it actually does work, that 530 and 540 for those Gray Diamonds. They do work in gasoline applications. However, with most modern gasoline vehicles going to 20 weights and 0W30, things like that, we're making our Red Diamond line just for passenger cars. Okay. A little bit of a difference.
So that European 5W30 is technically that's a diesel application?
So it complies with diesel specifications, but it also complies with the main gasoline application.
Okay.
Specification. So API.
So if I use a 5W30 oil in my gasoline automobile, I can use that?
Yeah, that as well as the 540 if you require it.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many different, the blends, and I think the newer engines, they're making the oil get thinner and thinner, and it's almost like it's as thin as water.
Yeah. When you see 0W weights or 0W20, 0W16, that 0 is for cold weather temperatures, down to, I believe for that it's negative 40 degrees, but a 0 weight, technically speaking, is the same viscosity as water. So there are 0W2 weights actually that they're making, but no application really uses them right now. But yeah, very, very thin fluids. And the reason they do that is because of the tighter tolerance that these engines are having, tighter bearing clearance. You need a thinner fluid, as well as you run into something called fluid resistance, which is when the engine is operating, it does take away from the engine to pump thicker fluids. You have to resist the fluid flow. So thinner fluids don't have that much resistance. So it actually improves your gas mileage going to a thinner oil, but you compromise lubricity, you compromise lubrication. So it's a healthy balance there. And with these gasoline engines, they're not very stressful on their engine oils because of their design. So you're able to use them.
It's amazing how the technology has changed because, when my first automobile going back in, the early 80s, late 70s, the mentality always was that, you had the thicker oil, and the additives on the shelves then were designed to make your oil thicker so it would stick. And if you're adding something to thicken up your oil nowadays, that's going to be the opposite of what you want.
Yeah, so the reason why you were wanting thicker oils back then as well is the technology of oils was also a lot, it wasn't as nearly as developed as it is now. So what you get now is more developed engine applications, more developed oils that last longer. Oils back then would break down pretty quickly relatively for, oxidizing, and as well as shearing. Shearing is when oil will actually fall out of the weight grade. So, you got a 40 weight oil, you run it for a little while, and it can actually break down and become a 30 weight viscosity wise. And so that's why, oil stabilizers, oil thickeners were made, because your oil would thin out of grade, and then now, I have to use this additive to make it thicker. We don't really run into those issues anymore as far as shearing goes. A lot of the base oils we use, group 4s and group 5s, they're very shear stable. You're going to get maybe 4% shear rate compared to 25% for your typical conventional oil. So all of the technology is just advanced now, and there's not too much of a place for additives like thickeners and stabilizers and things like that anymore.
So we're just using our modern technology to try to keep things running clean and smooth.
Yeah. I mean that's where FR3 and Stiction Eliminator fit in as well. We don't use any of that older style technology, base oil wise or additive wise, that it's not gonna compromise the oil or reduce the performance of the oil itself.
Very good. Well, we're heading up toward news break here, so I guess, Logan, it's been a while since we've chatted about our products, and of course, for those who may need more information, you can learn a whole lot at the website, hotshotsecret.com. And can you explain maybe a little bit about, you've got a location there where you can kind of diagnose your diesel. Can you explain that a little?
Yeah. So on our website, you can enter in, like any parts website, you actually enter in what type of vehicle you have, and we'll have a bunch of articles on there. We'll have a full diagnostic system on there explaining every possible engine code you could get for whatever engine you have, as well as recommendations for those codes, and our products, just what products are recommended for your application. And if there's never any, or if there's something on the website that isn't something you're looking for an answer for, just call in to our 1-800 number, and chances are you'll be talking to me if it's about any oil specifications.
Really? Okay. So you help them over the phone to try to give them advice on what they might want to try, or? Yeah.
So I offer technical support for finding what oils meet what specifications depending on your application. That's really important for transmission fluids. Transmission fluids are very picky, so we want to make sure that we have the right one for your application.
Okay. And real quick, for the transmission side, we do have the Shift Restore. Is that good with all transmissions or just certain types of fluid?
So that's fine with all transmission designs, whether it's CVT, dual clutch, your typical automatic transmission. I wouldn't particularly recommend it for manual applications simply because Shift Restore is a little thin and your oil is pretty thick.
Mm-hmm.
So you might run into some viscosity dilution there. But yeah, just about any automatic application, I would recommend Shift Restore. Functions very similarly to Stiction Eliminator for the engine, but for the transmission.
Yeah, I think the original name was Transmission Stiction Eliminator. That was back when Chris first created that, and they said, we need a new name, and they came up with Shift Restore. Yep.
Our website actually still says, formally known as Transmission Stiction Eliminator.
Okay. How about that? All right. Well, Logan, I appreciate you spending some time with us here as we kick off a Friday. What's on the slate for your weekend?
Oh gosh, right now, I have a lot planned right now. I actually recently purchased a house, so getting a lot of that figured out.
Oh boy, okay. First home?
Yep, first home.
That's a doozy. All right. Well, you have a great weekend. Be safe out there, and we'll do this again.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it in the future, and I appreciate you having me on.
You got it. Logan McFarland, Lab Tech, HotShotSecret.com. So, we close out hour number one. The first widespread heat wave of the year is baking out west. Give you more on that coming up here with our travelers' weather. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden says he will not pardon his son Hunter as a felony gun trial moves forward. In an interview with ABC News, Biden saying he would accept the outcome of his son's trial and not issue a pardon. Hunter Biden's trial continued in a Delaware court on Thursday, Biden being charged with 3 felony charges related to buying and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. Former White House chief strategist and close ally to former President Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, has been ordered to report to prison on July 1st to serve a 4-month sentence. The case stems from his defiance of a House subpoena during a congressional investigation into the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. Following a court appearance in Washington, Bannon comments on his ongoing legal case.
All of this, besides the major legal issues that have to be addressed, all of this is about one thing. This is about shutting down the MAGA movement, shutting down grassroots conservatives, shutting down President Trump. Not only are we winning, we are going to prevail, and every number and every poll shows that.
The International Space Station is welcoming more astronauts. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured the crew remains safe.
On Thursday, French President Emmanuel Macron marked the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landing in Normandy. During a ceremony near Omaha Beach, Macron said Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
The accused Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann has been charged with 2 additional murders after pleading not guilty to killing 4 other women and leaving their bodies scattered along a coastal highway on Long Island. Officials in Suffolk County say the deaths of Jessica Taylor in July of 2003 and Sandra Costella in November 1993 were traced back to Heuermann after uncovering new DNA evidence and a computer document used to plan the crimes. District Attorney Ray Tierney making the announcement Thursday.
We allege that this document evinces the defendant's intent in committing the charged crimes, that his intent was specifically to locate these victims, to hunt them down, and to bring them under his control and to kill them.
The 2024 list of the best restaurants in the world is out. USA's Corey Myers has the details as far as what restaurants made the cut.
Only one restaurant in the United States made it into the top 10 for this year's list of the world's 50 best restaurants. The awards, often called the Oscars of fine dining, took place at the Wynn in Las Vegas, with Barcelona, Spain's De Frutar taking the top place. New York City's Atomics, the only U.S. restaurant in the top 10.
Former President Donald Trump held a rally on Thursday in Phoenix. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay, what do you say? It is a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Good to have you on board. Get set for the weekend. Let me see here. Downright scary. Charleston, South Carolina this past day. The Arthur Ravenel Bridge became the latest such structure to be evacuated because of an out-of-control ship. 2 months after the Dolly lost power, crashing into the Francis Scott Key Bridge we know in Baltimore, destroying the bridge, killing 6 construction workers. The situation was on the Cooper River. Turned out to be not as damaging, but just as frightening, at least initially, when the U.S. Coast Guard put out the warning that a container ship leaving the harbor had lost control of its engines. According to WCSC television, the harbor pilot's dispatch contacting the Coast Guard shortly after noon, this was actually Wednesday, to inform them that the pilot on board, the MSC Michigan, said the ship was at nearly full throttle and that the engine controls were stuck there. The ship was moving 14 to 17 knots, they reported, headed from North Charleston to Savannah, Georgia. Our sector command center folks immediately started coordinating with local partners to include launching our own vessels to clear vessel traffic out of the way of the container ship, and then coordinating with local police departments to ensure traffic on the bridge was stopped, ensuring that the public was safe, according to the Coast Guard sector commander. Vessels from the Coast Guard and other agencies sped ahead of the Michigan to clear a pathway for it, police shutting down traffic on the Ravenel Bridge in case of a collision. Fort Moultrie Beach was also evacuated in case the ship needed to ground, they said. Now, we were doing a normal run from the waterfront park to Charleston Maritime Center Aquarium Wharf, and we just heard the chatter on the radio, according to the captain for Charleston Water Taxi. We turned it up because we heard Mayday, and then we heard runaway ships, so we kind of cruised out there. Now, 2 recreational boaters were injured when the wake from the speeding Michigan pushed their boats onto the rocks. They were rescued, taken to a local hospital with what was described as non-life-threatening injuries. Cyclist Lisa Riente said that she was crossing the bridge when police stopped her, told her to leave her bike where it was and get in their car. I threw my bike down, grabbed my phone, jumped in the back of the police car and a couple of other pedestrians. It was kind of scary. We were going across the bridge trying to get the other pedestrians and warned them there was an out-of-control boat headed toward the bridge. Now, the Michigan is described as a 997-foot vessel, 74,000-ton ship. Eventually, the ship's crew was able to resolve the issue with the engine control and get it clear of the harbor, then anchored about 8.5 nautical miles offshore. But they say anytime a vessel can't control its propulsion, that's very concerning. Thanks to our partners, our maritime partners, our local law enforcement, it turned out well. And that was all due to our intense partnership and coordination. Wow. Good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. From the Mile High City in Colorado. A little breezy out here, wind coming in from the south. So I guess something big's coming in from the north. It's usually how that works out.
Yeah, you got some cooler air coming in.
Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, damn, right wingnut was calling me up saying that the Hot Shot Secret had something to clean out what I did in the engine. I'm like, what I did? And he says, yeah, I did. Like, no, that's not what that meant.
Big dummy.
Exactly. It's like, all right, just sit down before you hurt yourself. And then he kept on saying, why is he saying TGIF? He said, that doesn't people know toes go in first when you put on shoes or sandals? And I said, right, it's thank God it's Friday.
Yes.
He said, Friday, hell, it's still Thursday out here. Like, I just threw my hands
So
up.
I've got him all confused. Oh, boy.
Yeah. So anyways, Eagle was fussing about something about Ben Carson. And he quantified it by saying, I'm a black man, so I'd know. Well, sometimes I can listen to him and understand what he's talking about, and he doesn't irritate me, but I'm sure, like him to me, I irritate him. Now, what in the hell was he griping about Ben Carson about? I mean, the guy grew up poor, made something out of himself, became an outstanding surgeon. And it's like, why would the black community be mad at him? It's almost like Eagle was saying Ben Carson is the new Uncle Tom. What was he so upset about Ben Carson about? Is it because he's mild-mannered, believes in God, believes in tithing? I mean, what was his main gripe about Ben Carson?
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, yeah, I mentioned after the fact that as a vice presidential candidate, I mean, he'd heard somewhere apparently that Trump was possibly thinking of picking him. Is that what it was?
Fox.
I mean,
Fox News.
He's obviously way too soft-spoken, too mild-mannered. He's not assertive enough. So
right. Well, I mean, you have to have, a calm quality to do the kind of stuff that he does. Whether it's separating kids at the brain level or, separating something or another. But I mean, you don't need to have an explosive and volatile attitude when you're dealing with,
right.
So I don't understand. Personally, I don't think he would be a very good VP. You're right, because he's not that assertive or aggressive. Now, Tim Scott, he's one of the 6 that they're talking about. I believe that he would actually be a very good VP and, potentially a good president if that's what he so chose to do so after Trump's 4 years. Now, I don't know anything else about Tim Scott except he was a Nikki Haley selectee or appointee for Senate, and then I guess he won his own seat after he became appointed. But from what I hear from him, and granted he was running for president or the nomination, Republican nomination, I mean the man seems to have everything where it ought to be. He's got the voice, he's got the attitude, and he ain't going to take no for an answer, which I think is good qualities. And all the candidates have good qualities for vice president. But and I would absolutely love to see him and Giggles in a debate.
That would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Giggles is supposed to be the border czar.
Yeah.
What the hell has she done? Not a damn thing.
Nothing.
She's supposed to be the AI czar. What the hell has she done? Not a damn thing. I mean, I could tell you she's about as useless as something on a boar hog, but we won't go into that. But I mean, she's just an absolute waste of space. There's nothing that person has done that's been any good for us out here, and I just don't see it. And then they're talking about, well, we're going to replace Biden with Gavin Newsom. Why? Well, because he's a very likable guy, and he's run California, and he's bragging about he's got the most Fortune 500s there in California. I was like, well, that's nice, but those businesses are the only ones that can sustain living there, being there because of all his taxes and regulations. Did you hear that a California taco chain or whatnot
Yes.
yes, I mean, what was it, 10,000 people lost their jobs? And it's like, my goodness, 10,000. You know, what about these poor people? You can't be regular and live there. Well, that didn't come out right. You can't have a regular lifestyle and live there because it costs too damn much. I mean, you know, I'm projected to make at least six figures this year. I couldn't live over there because I'd be paying $60,000 of whatever my six figures were.
Yep.
And it'd be low in taxes, or in regulations, and damn it, you know, there are as many people out there that are for the idea of the Democrats, and they are just as strong to those beliefs as we are, most of us, for the beliefs of the Republican Party. You know, don't become dependent upon government, become independent of government. But, you know, the government is there to give you a hand up, not a handout.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that's the way I have always believed in, you know, and I just cannot see why a group of people would constantly want handouts. I guess because they don't have to work for it, and someone else is going to have to pay for it. Just like the illegal aliens coming in and getting free medical care at these hospitals. Well, it ain't free. Someone is going to have to pay for it, and unfortunately, that person that's going to have to pay for it is you, is me, are all of us legal, tax-paying, hard-working citizens out here. I tell you what, it is beyond me how some people can think that way. And you know, Biden, he really did a number at the ceremonies there at, was it Pointe du Hoc, wherever they had the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Right. I mean, sitting down before you're supposed to, and he can't find his ass with both hands, much less that chair that he's trying to sit in.
He was lost.
And nobody.
He was. Yeah, I mean, did you see him shuffling around? And then they caught him on a hot mic. I don't know have you heard that? A hot mic capturing Joe Biden informing the French president that he had to be the first one to leave the commemoration there at Normandy American Cemetery, the site that overlooks what the Allies designated as Omaha Beach, where Americans took their worst casualties during the D-Day invasion. That cemetery containing the graves of 9,388 Americans who were killed on D-Day in the battle for Normandy that followed. There's also 1,557 names listed on the wall of the missing. Now, as Biden's walking into the ceremony with Macron, he could be heard saying, quote, "My advance team said I got to leave. I got to be the first one to leave because I hold people up." Macron didn't respond, but just continued headed toward the event. Later during the ceremony, Joe seemed to want to take a seat. Well, standing alongside the First Lady, the French president, and his wife, true to his word, when the commemoration was over, Joe left the stage quickly, while Macron hung behind to continue greeting American veterans, embracing some of them. Behind, Biden and the First Lady did shake the hands of some World War II veterans on the side of the stage that they were exiting. Either way, USA Today reported somewhere between 10 and 12,000 people were on hand for that ceremony this past day. But Joe took some harsh criticism after his speech. Remarks on X, several posters noted that Joe was not only late in delivering his remarks, but appeared very, very slow and tentative. Joe's in Normandy today, shuffling along, struggling to even salute, said one. Another said, this is pathetic. Biden won't make it another 4 months, let alone 4 more years. Another viewer kind of mocked his attempt to sit down at the podium as the president of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, was standing next to him. He appeared very puzzled, confused. All right, way to go, Joe. It's just another day. What you see is what you get.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, back at it on a Friday. It's been a while since I've been to the Waffle House, but somebody posted a snapshot of the menu. Now, my standard go-to when I went to Waffle House is the All-Star Special. I get over easy eggs, bacon, hash browns. Of course, it comes with toast and a regular waffle. Obviously, it's been a couple of years since I've been. I know the last time I was there, that All-Star Special was like $8. It's $11.50 now. Wow. Prices are up. What do they got? Sausage, eggs, and cheese with hash browns, $10. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls. Double Trouble is on board. Hi there.
Hey, good morning there, Steve. I am so sorry about the other night. I tried calling you back to let you know I didn't hang up on you, and then my wife called, and I ended up hanging up on you again.
Everything was well. It was great to hear from you then, and thanks for chiming back in. What do you got for us this morning?
Well, I've heard some disturbing news, Steve. WVLT Channel 8, local channel here where you watch TV, and they were talking about the House is actually looking at taking Trump off the ballot because he's a convicted felon, and that in the state of Tennessee, if you're a convicted felon, you can't run for office.
Wow.
Have you heard anything like that?
At this point, I had not. I'm going to do some searching here.
I mean, we're a red state, Steve, and that's very disturbing. I mean, wow. If that happens here, I mean, the stuff Colorado and what was it, Maine, that was trying to take him off the ballot.
Correct.
Is it
right.
Like all over again? We're trying to get Trump off the ballot?
I don't think there's any way that could go anywhere at this point because obviously they've got to go through the whole appeals process. You know what I mean? It's going to take till after the election. I mean, technically right now he'd be listed as a convicted felon, but again, the appeals process. I think that moniker comes off once your appeal process once it's overturned.
I hope so, because if not, the Supreme Court needs to step in. We don't need to wait till July 11th.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, they need to step in and squash this because if Tennessee is, they haven't decided anything yet, but they're talking about it. So, I mean, for Tennessee to be talking about it, we're, a deep red state here, Steve. They open up a can of worms.
Well, I'll see if I can find anything more on that. Maybe somebody out there can. I did a quick search, and I'm not coming up with it. Everything I'm seeing is kind of like going back months ago, like you said, when they were talking about trying to remove Trump's name from the ticket on several other states. But I wouldn't be surprised to hear some trying to say, I don't know. So it's going to be that would be a Tennessee kind of rule. And I don't know if other states maybe.
Yeah. And it is. It's Tennessee rule that they're saying if you're a convicted felon, that you cannot run for office in Tennessee.
Because I know, it's already been clarified. At the federal level, we know he can run for president, and technically he could be president from sitting in prison.
Yeah, that's from what I understand. But and then I hear this, and I'm like. It caught me by surprise. I was home with my wife because she works at UT, and she gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we listen, and the Star Spangled Banner comes on and everything else, and then we watch the news together, and I'm like, whoa, that was like one of the first things that come up on the local news, and I'm like, whoa, this done opened up a can of worms there, Steve. If a red state's talking about, checking into this stuff, it's not good, man. It's not good.
Yeah, Pappy said it may be something, if it's a state thing, maybe you wouldn't be able to hold a state seat. So, I don't know, we'll pick up with more after this.
USA News Update. French President Emmanuel Macron is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, he stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. President Biden was also in attendance. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured the crew remains safe. Millions of Americans in the West are under heat warnings again Thursday. The National Weather Service reporting California's Central Valley, along with cities like Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Albuquerque, will see extreme high temperatures. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, for Double Trouble, this is what we were able to come up with. Roger found the same story. I think it's the same one out of from local Memphis, which reads, a Tennessee lawmaker wants the state's attorney general to issue an opinion if former President Donald Trump can appear on the Tennessee ballot despite his conviction on 34 felony counts. In a letter to the Attorney General dated May 31, Nashville State Representative Vincent Dixie, Democrat, of course, asked the Attorney General for a formal legal opinion on Trump's eligibility for the ballot after being convicted of what he said was an infamous crime in another state. He cites Tennessee Code Title 40, Criminal Procedure 40-20-114, which states a person who has been convicted in this state of an infamous crime is defined by 40-20-112 other than one specified in subsection B, or convicted under the laws of the United States or another state of an offense that would constitute an infamous crime if committed in this state, shall be disqualified from qualifying for, seeking election to, or holding a public office in this state, it says, unless and until that person's citizenship rights have been restored by a court of competent jurisdiction. So this is a Democrat in the state. It's kind of fishing for an answer because it clearly states there, holding a public office in this state. Now, Dixie said in the letter that the statute's intent is to protect the public from individuals who refuse to adhere to the laws they're meant to uphold. Given the severity and nature of these crimes, which include lying in official filings and engaging in deceitful practices to influence the outcome of an election, I seek your legal interpretation on whether Donald Trump's convictions in New York constitute an infamous crime under Tennessee law. It's crucial for Tennesseans to trust that their elected officials are held to the highest standards of legality and ethics. Allowing a candidate with such convictions to appear on the ballot would undermine this trust and the rule of law. So there you go. Double Trouble. He's pretty much just, he's fishing for an answer. I'd be anxious to see the Attorney General obviously would have to come back and say he's not running for office in Tennessee.
You know, Steve, I need a good laugh tonight, and that is just that tops the cake right there.
Yeah.
It really, yeah, you know darn well that's a Democrat doing this.
Correct.
Yeah, yes. Also, I wanted to say something about that Friday before Memorial Day. I'm a veteran myself, sir, and a lot of those, most of those people that died, they didn't get the chance to enlist. They were drafted into the military, and they gave the ultimate sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
And he really pissed me off. Okay, I just, I was just when I heard what he said. And, you know, there are some people that, you know, they have no other, you know, choice, and they'll join to get a free education and improve their lives. But when you go through basic, they reprogram you, Steve. They bring you down to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They make you feel like crap. And then they bring you back up. And I guarantee you, everyone that graduates basic training, they're in it for this country. And that just really pissed me off. And I'll call them out. Sundance, you're an idiot. So, and other than that, I really don't have much to say tonight, other than that I am sorry that I hung up on you by accident.
That is not a problem whatsoever. Hey, it's great to hear from you. Double Trouble, have a great weekend.
You do the same, sir.
There you go. Thanks for chiming in. All right. A second bird flu emergency has been issued in Iowa after a confirmed case within a commercial turkey flock in Cherokee County. The affected flock includes more than 100,000 birds, while the previous bird flu emergency in Sioux County a week prior affected a flock of over 4 million. According to the Iowa Capitol Dispatch, certain regulatory requirements for commercial vehicles responding to the affected area have been suspended. So it is hours of service and oversized load requirements have been waived through July 3rd under the following conditions. First, no motor carrier will require or allow a fatigued or ill driver to operate. A driver shall be given at least 10 consecutive hours off duty upon request and must be given 34 consecutive hours off duty when on duty for more than 70 hours during any consecutive 8 days. Motor carriers with an out-of-service order in effect may not take advantage of the relief. Upon expiration or when a driver has been relieved of emergency assistance efforts, a driver who has had at least 34 hours consecutive hours off duty is permitted to start status hours and the 60, 70-hour clock at 0. Now, the statement says poultry products remain safe to eat, and birds do not pose an immediate public health concern, despite the confirmation by the Department of Agriculture in the news release from the governor's office. All available resources, supplies, equipment, and materials deemed necessary are also authorized under this emergency. The previous emergency was against Sioux County on May the 28th for confirmed cases within commercial layer chickens. That is still effective through June the 27th and temporarily suspends hours of service and weight requirements on state highways throughout the duration there. Now, the Department of Agriculture recently announced $824 million in emergency funding to ensure the health of livestock and poultry after the first detection of the bird flu in the dairy cattle earlier this year. I presume they're culling the birds. When they find the bird flu in a flock like that, a commercial farm, they pretty much, they just have to wipe out that entire flock and kind of start over again. So 4 million laying chickens and 100,000 turkeys. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. I do believe Brett is on board. Is that correct? Hello, Brett. Or no Brett. Let's jump over to Eagle on a Friday. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing? Let me see. I got a lot of things to talk about again tonight, Steve. Unfortunately, the Biden crime family is at the top of the list. Unfortunately, again tonight, because he's going to be in the news, and I want to talk about a comment that Joe Biden made today. But before I get to that, I want to make a comment to that guy who continues to mention my name. And yes, you do irritate me, my man. Since I'm not going to even waste my time mentioning your name, but I'm just going to put it to him this way, Steve. You vote for who you want to vote for, my man, and I vote for who I want to vote for. Simple as that. I don't have to explain to you why I don't like Ben Carson. Now, let me move on to the next subject. You know something, Steve. Joe, you know what Joe Biden said today, and I hope they replay this, because I know damn well it's a lie. Joe Biden, did you hear the latest news that Joe Biden said that he doesn't plan on pardoning his loser son if he's convicted? Now you know that's a damn lie, huh?
Yes, he said that. I mean, he's got to say that, and I mean, his hope is he's going to win come November, and then he can pardon him, because he's lame duck then, so he's got nothing to lose. But I couldn't believe it when I heard Joe Biden had the nerve to say that he wouldn't pardon his son if he was found guilty. You and I both know that's a lie. I believe, like some people say, Steve, a lot of people now are believing that's the only reason Joe Biden is still hanging around, is to see what the end of this case is going to be. And then once this case is over, the Democrats might remove Joe Biden and replace him with somebody else. Because if you see what that guy did today, Steve, if you seen the video of what he did at the D-Day event over in Normandy, he's an embarrassment not only to himself, but the United States of America. His wife ought to be ashamed of herself. You know something, Steve? I'm hearing a lot of things about his wife. You know, when I first seen his wife, Jill Biden, a couple of years ago, she claims she's a school teacher. She looks like she's just a everyday, a modern-day housewife, good lady. But, I'm hearing real bad things about her. I'm hearing that she raises hell behind closed doors in the White House, that she's really running the whole show when it comes to Joe Biden, and that she is the reason why Biden is continuing on, because she loves the power of being in that White House. And I'm hearing a lot of bad things about her. I don't know if it's true or not, but a lot of disturbing news is coming out about her. But besides Joe Biden, Steve, what he did today was a complete embarrassment. He insulted not only Americans, but the individuals that stormed the beaches of Normandy 80 years ago, when he had the nerve to, towards the end of his speech, had to put Ukraine in it, and continue to talk about Ukraine and their problems, and continuing to want to donate money to Ukraine's war cause. This guy here ought to be ashamed of himself, Steve. This event, Ukraine should have never came out of his mouth at the event that he was at today. This was about people that lost their lives trying to defeat Hitler back in Germany. He ought to be ashamed of himself. But Joe Biden has no shame, so it's not no surprise what he did today. So he'll continue to embarrass himself. Anybody, Steve,
I just, anybody who can say that they're going to plan on voting for Biden in November, if after seeing the video that I'm seeing where this guy walks across the stage and he looks like a robot, these guys barely shuffling along, and yet they say that this man is more qualified than Donald Trump. And here's what I told you this months ago, Steve. Here's what should scare every American that truly cares about this country is that, can you believe this, Steve, that Joe Biden is control of the nuclear codes? Right. That's right. Joe Biden has the nuclear codes in his control. Can you believe that, Steve?
That's scary.
That we have a man like that in the control. That's a scary thought that Joe Biden is in control of the damn controls. Vladimir Putin is laughing right now. What Kim Jong-un is laughing right now. The president of China is laughing right now when he see Joe Biden walk across that stage over there in Normandy. He produces no fear whatsoever in no country around the world. This, Steve, I never thought, I always go back to this. I always tell you this. 3 years ago in 2020, I never thought that we would be in the position that I never thought in my life that Joe Biden would be in this, the things would be so damn bad that this is what we got right now. And the Democrats are still putting this man at the front of the table, and they still trying to persecute and prosecute Donald Trump and continue with this. Meanwhile, Hunter Biden, evidence is right there on the table, Steve. Like I told you last night, unfortunately, with the Department of Justice, I see no way, no how that this man will be found guilty, knowing damn well won't go to jail as long as his father is the president. It's really a sad state of affairs what we're going through right now, Steve, in America. And all I can say is, come November can't come fast enough, and hopefully God will bless America and put Donald Trump back in the seat in the White House and maybe try to make something happen for the next 3 or 4 years. Because if we continue going the way we're going, we're done. This country is a total disaster at this point. It's really embarrassing. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, as far as the truck driving industry goes, it's just slowly but surely deteriorating. I think somebody talked about another trucking company going under, J.B. Hunt. J.B. Hunt talking about laying off truck drivers. Other companies, these truck stops, you pull in the truck stop nowadays at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon and you can't even find a parking space because it's full. Back in the 90s and 2000s when things was booming, the truck stop would be empty in the daytime. You couldn't find a parking. You could park anywhere you want to park in a truck stop. You pull in the parking lot now and you can't even find a damn parking lot. You got to get to the truck stop before 5 o'clock. Are you out of luck because there's no guys moving and no freight moving, and it's simply because of Joe Biden. And if things keep going the way they're going, Steve, another 4 years of Biden, won't nobody be moving the damn truck stop. Will be just a parking lot, and trucks will be sitting there all day long because there won't be no freight to haul. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All righty, there you go, Eagle. I think you kind of answered your own question there when talking about Biden saying he's not going to pardon his son. Yes, several are saying, well, the fix is in. He's not going to get convicted. I don't know. We shall see. Get some of the other industry headlines coming here at 10 before the hour, and it's a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, Start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, couple of other comments. Buckeye Boy, yes, you are correct. That's after 41 years, Pat Sajak's final episode of Wheel of Fortune. Coming up tonight, 7 p.m. Said I'm going to have to record it because I'll be at the granddaughter's gymnastics event. But it should be memorable. Yeah. Saw a little blurb, I guess, for the Thursday night episode. Vanna White gave like some sort of a special tribute and whatnot. They ran some clips going all the way back to the 80s when Vanna and Pat first started working together. So very good. Hard to imagine. Kind of a sad scenario, you know. At some point in time, our number will come up. None of us will live forever. This 102-year-old World War II veteran, Navy veteran from New York, he was trying to get to Normandy for the commemoration this past day. He passed away while traveling to France. Of course, Robert Perchetti is his name. He was en route to Normandy by ship with a veterans group when he suffered what they called a medical episode, necessitating an airlift to the hospital in Germany. According to the president of the veteran organization Honor Flight out of Rochester, Honor Flight Rochester, he died peacefully listening to the sounds of his favorite artist, Frank Sinatra. Stewart shared that he received the news of Perchetti's passing on Friday, describing it as unexpected. He was active. He was sharp as a tack right up to the end. His health was age-appropriately very good, up to 102 years old. Yeah, he had some heart problems, but he checked with his doctor who gave him permission. He said, absolutely, go on the trip. He is a Fairport, New York resident, remembered as a humble man who lived a full, vibrant life. His journey began in the Allegheny Mountains outside Pittsburgh, where he grew up. He lived through the Great Depression, joined the Civilian Conservation Corps, then enlisted in the Navy when World War II broke out. Spent a year in New York City attending radio school, learning Morse code, before serving at sea as a junior radio operator aboard the command ship, the USS El Dorado in the Pacific. Now, they had much more on his bio there, but didn't make it to that 80th commemoration. All right, but thank you for your service. It is 844-844-3388. Under industry headlines, later this month, the FMCSA plans to host an in-person listening session regarding safety fitness determinations for motor carriers. This will be from 1 till 2:30 Central Time, June the 29th, at the Texas Trucking Show in Houston. They announced the event in a notice that's scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, as a matter of fact. In addition to the in-person listening section at the Energy Center in Houston, they said they plan to announce 2 online-only listening sessions about safety fitness determinations in June and July. Those sessions will focus on the development of an updated methodology to determine when a motor carrier is not fit to operate commercial vehicles. Specifically, they'd like to hear from members of the public on issues of concern related to the safety fitness determination, including, for example, the 3-tier rating system, which is satisfactory, unsatisfactory, or conditional, versus changing to a proposed single rating only when a carrier is found to be unfit. Several other things that they plan to address there, but all right, with that, we close out another hour on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden joined other world leaders in commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, Biden talked about the sacrifices made that day.
Here, the coast of Normandy, the battle between freedom and tyranny would be joined. Here, on that June morning, the testing was at hand.
French President Emmanuel Macron stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. Court in session on Thursday for Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial in Delaware, with the widow of his late brother, Haley Biden, taking the stand. Haley, who dated Hunter at the time, is testifying about how she discarded the firearm in a dumpster outside a grocery store in Wilmington. Hunter Biden's accused of illegally purchasing and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. President Biden said in an interview Thursday he would not pardon Hunter if he's convicted. The NAACP is urging President Biden to halt the sale of weapons to Israel, stating that this move would garner significant support from many black voters ahead of the election. A March poll revealed that nearly a quarter of black voters consider the Israel-Hamas conflict an extremely important issue in the upcoming presidential race. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured that the crew remains safe. And millions of Americans in the West are under heat warnings again. National Weather Service reports that California's Central Valley, along with Phoenix and Las Vegas, will have a heat wave till Friday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump is busy vetting VP picks in the announcement expected in July ahead of the Republican National Convention. USA's Laura Winters has more.
Turning now to the race for president in 2024, the Trump campaign busy vetting vice presidential candidates. The AP and the New York Post reporting on the short list, Senators Marco Rubio of Florida, J.D. Vance of Ohio, and Tim Scott of South Carolina. Then there's Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, Elise Stefanik of New York, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Trump expected to make the announcement prior to the Republican convention, which is being held July 15th to the 18th in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A federal judge has ordered former Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison on July 1st to begin serving a 4-month sentence. In 2022, a jury convicted Bannon on 2 counts of contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with a subpoena from the House panel investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol. A new border rule which imposes a daily limit on the number of asylum seekers requires migrants to use a smartphone app called CBP One to apply. There are concerns, however, that the system may not handle the surge in applications.
We already have clients stuck in Mexico who've been attempting to secure an appointment through CBP One for months. So the situation is grim.
Marissa Limon Garza, who leads the Texas-based Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center, says the app has crashed previously, leaving migrants stranded at the border. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
First came a friendly Friday for 3 past champions. Then came a huge Saturday for 3 Hoosiers. This as the championship pulling caravan departs the Carolinas bound for corn country. From National Tractor Pros Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We have our first results to report from the 2024 NTPA Grand National Campaign as the Galant Mule City 300 was conducted this past weekend with nearly 100 vehicles in attendance. Razor's Edge track conditions and the great unknowns of a fresh season resulted in some wild rides and dramatic finishes. Moments after winning the first GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified hook, R.J. Simon took his late Hall of Fame dad, Rogers Simon Says four-wheel drive Chevrolet to a last-pass victory. The son and mother team of Grant and Renee Theobald nabbed first and third in the modified mini class. But for the other 3 divisions, past title winners showed their mettle. Defending Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock champ Brent Meyer went 1-2 with his own injected funds and the Simons Loud and Heavy John Deeres. Adam Spiegelberg fired his first shot toward title number 3 in light superstock with his Detonator Black Case IH. And the Rutten Deer of 2021 champ Robert Gansmere won the Superstock Opens opener. Saturday night brought 5 different drivers to victory lane after Simon had the only sweep in light mod. Mark Mangan reasserted his dominance with his Outlaw Bowtie four-wheeler, and Colton Whitworth had a breakout night in light super, powering his Yield Express and Bin Buster New Generation Deer entries to the top 2 prizes. But the surprises of the night belonged to 3 seasoned vets from Indiana. First, Kent Payne of Vietersburg took in Benson to ready his Super Rooster Diesel for his title defense. But Payne always pulls to win and held off the Alkies after an early 316-foot hook. Next, almost 30 years into a pulling career spent mostly as top crewman for the legendary Larry Kester, Ron Tobin of Huntingburg has a Grand National victory with the Kester family's Walk the Line Mini.
It really feels good to come out for once after doing stupid last night. I said, well, I can do my trick again, so I'm just glad it all worked out.
Audio courtesy of FullPole.live. And Tim Kaine of New Palestine closed out the night with his fist in the air as the 2009 Pro Stock champion Red Gambler came up 7s for the first time in 5 seasons.
Man, we got the setup just right. It was nice and smooth, and tires were digging and clawing all the way to the end. There couldn't have been any driver.
Now it's on to Farley, Iowa, and 300 Raceway for the Farley Nationals, the reigning NTPA Grand National Pull of the Year, and the second leg of the Hot Shot Secret Bonus Series. The 2-night event is set for Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th, and on the NTPA's official streaming partner, FullPole.live. Classes competing at Farley include High Torque Super Farm tractors. High Torque manufactures the highest quality gear reduction starter motors on the market today. Their U.S. patented design maximizes the clearance considerations necessary for their customers' difficult-to-fit applications. Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors. CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive trucks. In addition to the Mayhill-owned Giant Puller tire, brands offered for sale by CM Pulling Tires include Firestone, Mitas, Parks, and Pro Puller, and wheel brands including Kaiser, Midwest, and Reel. 4-wheel drive trucks. Dr. Preload Super Semi Trucks. Headquartered in Fonda, New York, Dr. Preload is a product of Temper Axle, a company that has earned the trust of fleets around the world. Parent company Temper Corporation is a leader in specialized bearing adjustment solutions. And Multi-Engine Modifieds. Also on tap for next weekend are the Region 2 NTPA Megapole in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, and the Region 3 Showdown in Kirktown in Ellsworth, Wisconsin, both on Saturday night. As always, NTPAPOLL.com for details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
As we roll into a Friday. All right, we're turning the page on the calendar. 7th day of June. Yes, the weekend coming on once again. Well, a positive story. Sheriff's Department in Indiana hosting kind of a bittersweet retirement party for 4 super special team members. The Allen County Sheriff's Department hosting a retirement party to highlight 4 canines who worked for numerous years in Fort Wayne. Those 4 canines honored at the Allen County Courthouse: Canine Bo, Cody, Jinx, and Chaos. The 4-legged officers, each receiving departing gifts that celebrated their achievements as they transitioned into retirement. They posted photos of the party on Facebook saying, "It's doggone time to relax. And congratulations. Thank you for your service to our department and community. We wish you the longest, healthiest, laziest retirement chasing the squirrels instead of bad guys. Josh Scheiman and his 8-year-old German Shepherd Bo have worked side by side since 2016 when they started training camp. Scheiman said, I spend more time with him than I do my family. He's with me at home. He's with me on the job. Said his favorite memories working with the canine were finding missing children and returning them home. He said the duo also made many arrests together, but searching and rescuing were his highlights. Yeah, it's kind of bittersweet. He's been my partner for 8 years. Now he can be a real dog. He can lay at home and not do anything. He's just a house pet now. All right, there you go. So it's a difficult job. It's a tough job for the canines, but that's the good thing, that when they do retire, they get to spend the rest of their waning days with the family that they had lived with. It is 844-3388. Let's take two here and see if Brett's on the line. Morning, Brett.
Hey, Steve. How's it going? I think my phone just got kind of messed up on that last call. I'm sorry about that.
So what's going on this morning?
But yeah, nothing too much. I am just excited because I got your promo code from the last time I called, and I wanted to call and say thank you for that.
Very good. All right. Have you placed an order yet?
I used it to buy. I did. I used it to buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive hats, and unfortunately, the order I got sent the wrong hats, but that is okay because I'm in contact with the people. But it is all right. I am excited just to have some of those Hot Shot Secrets hats as well.
So you got what'd you get, like the green Hot Shot Secret hats?
Yeah, but I look good in neon, so I'm all right with it.
All right.
Yeah, but also, I just want to talk about something. So I'm a pretty hardcore conservative. I'm a pretty big Trumper. I mean, I believe in a lot of that, and those are my values as a Christian, just as someone who loves this country. But I got to say, what's going on in Palestine is absolutely disgusting right now, Steve. It's making me question a lot of things, and I think that we need to address it as a country, and I think we need to call for a ceasefire. Personally, a lot of people have died, and it's really, really horrible. It's something that's a very, very big issue in this election for me, and it's going to depend on those views and what they say in the debates on who I vote for, Steve. And
Really?
It's a sad world that it's coming to, and I just want to say, with everything going on in Rafah, and it's really horrible.
Well, as they say, war is hell, right?
Yeah, they sure do, but man, this isn't even a war anymore. It's just an attack. It's an assault on Palestine, on its people, on its culture, and I'm just I'm tired of sitting back and acting like it's all right, you know. And I think we do need to cut financial ties. I do think we do need to stop sending them weapons, Israel. And then it's just I know this is a controversial opinion, but I'm telling you, Steve, I scroll through Facebook and all I see are these horrible images, and it makes me feel things, and I just gotta, it's free Palestine, Steve, and I know a lot of your viewers aren't going to be super thrilled with that, but I have to say my piece.
You think? Yeah, you're going to get out and you're going to go join the college protests?
Well, all I'm saying is that they were peaceful until the police showed up, Steve.
All right. Any thoughts about why this all got started there, Brett?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been going on since the 1950s. If you really look back at it, Israel has been pretty much stacking Palestine since the mid to late 50s. It's if you look at the history of it, it's actually pretty much every attack from Palestine on Israel is prompted by a previous attack. This did not start on October 7th. And I'll tell you what, would
the Palestinians be suffering right now? Would they be dying every day had they not attacked Israel on October 7th? The answer is no. If you're going to start a fight,
I think they would.
If you're going to start a fight, you got to be able to finish the fight. What Hamas did was they bit off more than they can chew. Year after year, you can go back. Every time Hamas attacks Israel, Israel goes in, they try to clean house. Next thing you know, they're living in peace. But as soon as they get all their munitions built up and supplied by Iran again, they start the same old crap over and over again. And I think Israel has finally said, this is it. It's not going to happen again. And the only way to make sure it does not happen again is to make sure every Hamas fighter is eliminated. War is hell. But if you're going to start a war, you better damn sure be able to finish it. I don't know what the answer is. Yes, it's ugly. I mean, you're seeing the headlines about, I guess, Israel hit a school in Gaza. But, of course, the Hamas fighters have been using schools and hospitals and things that you're not supposed to attack as staging areas. They're using their own people as human shields. Striking the school, it was targeting, and it did indeed kill Hamas fighters inside. Hamas terrorist officials said 40 were killed as they sheltered there. It is 844-844-3388, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Yes, indeed. By the way, the right on the heels of the successful Starliner launch on Wednesday, which has now docked with the International Space Station. Yesterday, it was Starship's turn. And the fourth flight test of the biggest, most powerful rocket ever built is in the books. And as they say, what a dramatic, nail-biting trip for SpaceX it was this past day. Give you the rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. First, Grump is on board. Hello, Grump.
What's up, Steve? You know, how can somebody like that last caller be conflicted on who to vote for? I don't understand him, and he kept saying, Palestine. There is no damn Palestine. You got the West Bank, and you got the Gaza Strip. There is no Palestine. They refused to have a Palestine when Israel offered up a two-state solution to them. They refused it. And why did they refuse it? Because their governing body, which was nothing more than a damn terrorist group, decided that it's more fun to blow up Israel than it is to have a two-state solution. Why don't he take a good look at the history of the Palestinian people? They have been absolutely demolished in Jordan. They couldn't stand them, so they kicked their ass out. The funny thing is that there's so many Palestinians that live within the borders of Israel itself. They work in Tel Aviv, they work in Jerusalem, they work all over the place. Same way with Arabs. Israel is nothing but a hodgepodge of so many different ethnic groups. They go to Israel, number one, because of work. And number two, they just want to live there. I mean, Israel don't bother them people. When they get to the West Bank and places like that, and they start their little uprisings and stuff, Israel is going to respond to it. But Netanyahu has made it clear that if they're going to launch rockets at them, they're going to annihilate their ass. They're going to go right after Hezbollah and Hamas and the other terrorist groups that are over there in those regions that are causing all the damn problems. Now, what is his problem? He keeps talking about Palestine. There is no Palestine. If they wanted to live in the West in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip, all they had to do was kick out the damn terrorist organizations. Arafat started his little intifada, against Israel. He didn't think Israel had the stomach to fight him. He really didn't. So he was the one that started to allow all these terrorist organizations to come in there and set up shop in the government. And what has happened since then? Hell, remember the Camp David Accords where they all come there and stuff, and Arafat was pissed off because he had to give up his gun and all that. You would think that these people would stop digging this damn hole, but they don't. They allow thugs to run their government. Whatever their government is, it's the most dysfunctional thing I've ever seen in my life. But they have tried like hell to avoid a two-state solution. They never had that land there. Hell, the Arabs destroyed everything that Israel had on the Temple Mount and claimed it for their own. I just don't understand what they're talking about. I don't. It's crazy that you got callers like that don't know the history of everything. You got a bunch of damn kids running around there going, the Palestinians the Palestinians are getting slaughtered. The Palestinians could flip that switch any damn time they wanted to. Anytime they wanted to. They could point out where in the hell the terrorist organization, where the tunnels are. Hell, they live among them. It's what's so new about it? I don't know. And then we got this embarrassment for a president, who I was watching some videos of him today, man. I tell you, it's just sad to see this miserable idiot that we have as a president over there trying to represent the United States, shuffling around there like he's 100 years old, which he ain't far off. But man, I tell you, Steve, it was just a damn embarrassment. I've been to Normandy, been to the American Cemetery there. one of the most beautiful places on earth. I mean, the French people, when we were there, I couldn't believe the amount of French people that would come there, hats off, paying their respects to the American people, the American soldiers that died there. It just, and you talk to them, and they're just, they couldn't get over the fact that our service members would die for somebody else, and it's, and then this idiot's got to mention Ukraine like anybody gives a rat's ass about Ukraine. I've told you 1,000 times Russia can blow Ukraine off the face of the earth. And we're teetering right now, man. When this idiot authorized, give weapons that and said, sure, go ahead and, within 200 miles of Russia's borders, you can go ahead and launch them in there. And it's our weapons that's doing that. Hell, that's an act of war. I mean, if we go into it again, I mean, look at Putin. He's 71 years old. You think he's going to mess around with the United States? No. And this guy's got 6,500 nuclear weapons on hand. A lot of tactical nuclear weapons that he could just annihilate Ukraine in just a matter of minutes. And anywhere else over there before we could get a good launch on. Right now a lot of the NATO countries are just, they're just throwing their hands up saying, whatever, hell, they ain't bothering us. It's, they went right back to not paying. And we're supposed to be defending these idiots. I spent over 8 years in NATO, and I don't know, man. I tell you, it just blows my mind that we're even defending people that wouldn't piss on an American if they were on fire.
Yeah.
And here we got this fool that we have as a president that is doing absolutely nothing but. It would surprise me a damn bit if there wasn't some kind of boots on the ground here real damn soon and some kind of a tactical assault going on where we're going to get pulled into this, where we have to send soldiers over there. And it's, it's just a shame. I mean, it's not just this idiot president. You got idiots like Lindsey Graham. I wish that goofy bastard would go back to South Carolina and keep his mouth shut. Just get the hell out. He is nothing but a damn warmonger. And everything that happens overseas, it's well, if we don't fight them over there, we'll be fighting them over here. Then good. Let's fight them over here then. Let them bring their asses over here. They ain't going to last long. It's just the way it is. I tell you, man, it's just these people, they live for war. Why? I think that was the biggest thing that pissed them off about Donald Trump when he said he was going to end all these ridiculous 20-year never-ending wars.
Right. And we got applause there. News break.
USA News Update. French President Emmanuel Macron is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, he stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. President Biden was also in attendance. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured the crew remains safe. Millions of Americans in the West are under heat warnings again Thursday. The National Weather Service reporting California's Central Valley, along with cities like Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Albuquerque, will see extreme high temperatures. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800 888-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines as well. I think it was Heatwave that was asking about battery fires, GM vehicles. I think I may have found what he was talking about. We'll get to that here just ahead as well. Let me first get back, finish up with the Grump here on a Friday.
Yeah. I sent you a little message there. I don't know if you got it there yet or not. The little email there that, no, Biden said that he would not pardon his son, but he didn't say a damn thing about not commuting his sentence. So, a lot of good it would do if he's convicted when daddy's just, would probably just wave that magic wand and say, okay, he's, I'm going to commute his sentence. He'll carry the conviction, but not the jail term. So, I would look for that to happen. I mean, that's just, just the way it is. But if getting back to the Palestinians, even back as far as Clinton administration, they tried to broker the peace deal with them, and the United States gave the Palestinian Authority $50 billion, to get their crap together, basically to form a government. And hell, what they do? They gave it to Hezbollah to buy weapons and stuff like that to fight the Israelis with. I don't know what country, if Mexico was lobbing missiles in on us every damn day. It's bad enough that they open their gates up and let all this flood of illegals come in here to the tune of about 8 million right now, and over 500,000 kids, unaccompanied minors, are just in. They don't even know. They stopped counting the damn gotaways. But what would happen if they started launching missiles over here? Should we retaliate? Should we go, launch them back, or what should we do? It's just, what the hell would happen if Texas or California or something like that was to take over their, let's use California for example, take over their National Guard system there and make them part of the government and say, hell, we're going to succeed from the United States. We're going to, we want our own state. We're going to go ahead and start launching missiles at them until we get it. It wouldn't take too damn much for California to get their ass pounded. Israel is sick of this. Look how many wars they've been in since 1947. It's been them against everybody else. And the closest thing to peace that's ever come about for that guy that called you was the Abraham's Accords that was brokered by Donald Trump. And that's what kept Jordan out. That's why Jordan launched missiles back toward and shot down a bunch of drones when Iran shot them over, because they're living up to the Abraham Accords. Saudi Arabia allowed missiles and things from Israel to fly over them to go ahead and bomb back Iran. What else does he want? And he's thinking Joe Biden is the answer to this. I don't know who I'm going to vote for until I see some peace. What's going to happen? What's going to happen is if the Palestinian people wants peace, then they need to run out all their damn Hezbollah, Hamas, and all the rest of that group that has been embedded in the Palestinian people in the West Bank and also on the Gaza Strip. They need to get rid of them. They need to have a governing authority that makes it say, saying, hell, yeah, we'd like a two-state solution to this. But if they think for 1 second that Israel is going to go back to the land that they took over in the 1967 war, forget it. That meant at one point Israel was only 7 miles wide. Hell, that's not going to happen. How would they be able to defend themselves? And it's not just against them. Look at the Yom Kippur War. My God, it happened on the eve, and they had 900 and something tanks poured across the damn border, and that was back in the Golda Meir days. And what did Nixon do? Well, we got our hands tied. Right now we don't want to piss off the Democrats or anything like this, so we're gonna, we'll send you help when we can, they did finally get up there and get a blockade going, and we had a couple of run-ins with some Russian ships in the Mediterranean during that time, which almost started a war between us. But if you want peace, and peace through strength is the only damn thing that people knows. And right now, speaking of peace through strength, we're down about 45,000 combat veterans. That's just the way it is. We're down that many that just don't want to be part of this woke experiment that is happening in the United States military right now. They've cut the budget to the military. They're not buying or having the majority of the weapon systems that we've gotten, for tactical weapons such as mortars and howitzer shells and things like that. Hell, they're sending to Ukraine. So we're depleting our own war capabilities. And you got China that's showing their ass, and you got Russia that's right now saying, hey, knock this off, and stuff. What would happen if we started supplying some of these other places with weapons that wants to fight the United States? This is not a good time for us right now. And if it's going to stop, it's going to take somebody like Donald Trump that's going to get in there, and the first damn thing he's going to do is reverse everything that Joe Biden did in this woke military, wake up a bunch of generals and say either do your job or get your ass retired, just like he did before, and start building back the military, start getting our tactical weapon systems and stuff up and running again, start buying more planes. We're down right now. I think we had a fleet of about 300 ships. We're at about 282 right now, and they're just getting old and worn out. Democrats don't want to spend money on the military. They don't want to do it for the simple reason that they believe that they can spend that money socially, for social justice more than they can for war capabilities. And how did Ronald Reagan put Russia on their knees? By building up our military and breaking them. We got to get our oil going again. Once we get our oil going, and bringing down oil prices, that's where Russia's getting all their money from right now. It's from their oil. Putting embargoes and stuff back on them and stopping their oil flow to Europe. And, everything that Trump did, dumbass come in there and, well, we don't do it like that, so we're going to go ahead and erase it, and everything. And he would rather send millions and millions and billions of damn dollars to countries that are threatening us, send money to them in the form of foreign aid to keep them off our ass, instead of just shaking their finger and say, hey, drop a bomb on us and we'll drop 20 on you. That's the only thing that's going to stop this flood of crap that's happening right now to the United States, is get these idiots like Joe Biden out of there. Now, if this kid wants that called you there, he's he mixed up. He don't know his head from his ass. If he wants to vote for a dumbass like Joe Biden, have at it. You are not going to solve a freaking thing. By pacifying Hamas and places and people like that and pulling Israel back, they have the right to defend themselves just like we do. And it just, I think about that, and I was thinking, well, what the hell would I do if somebody tried crawling in this truck? I'd shoot that sumbitch between the eyes, Steve. I got the right as somebody that, to be secure in my person. It's in the Constitution. I'll be damned if I'm going to let somebody just, crawl in here and start beating on me. You wouldn't do it in your house? Nobody I know would. Why would Israel just constantly allow these morons to bomb them? And then we got our students over here. I've never seen a more misguided bunch of fools in my life as what's going to college right now. They went from their safe spaces to, hell, let's get a bunch of green tents popped up here and let's protest. We're not going to do this, going to do that. Man, I tell you what, it's just a sad state of affairs when you look at what's going on in this country right now and all these dumbasses. And I seen a little post there. So what would you bring back in 1967? That was in 1967. Ass whoopings. Parents that had a little backbone that would walk on to a college grounds like that, grab their kid by the hair of the head and say, you're not going to do this. I'm paying for your education, not you stand out here like a stupid, and just, I can't believe that we've allowed ourselves to become this in this country anymore. But it just seems like that's what we got. And then you got people like him calling, well, I don't know who I'm going to vote for. Whoever has peace in Israel. Who the hell cares? Let Israel take care of Israel. I wish Ukraine would take care of Ukraine. And so we wouldn't be sending billions of damn dollars over there and nearly starting a damn war with Russia between us right now. You think NATO's going to help us out? I doubt it. An attack on one's an attack on all. Right. I doubt that very kindly. But anyway, that's just kind of my view on it. And, you have yourself a good evening, buddy.
All right, there's the rant for the day, a.k.a. the Grump. Thank you, Grump. So, indeed, SpaceX launched Starship for the fourth time ever this past day, 8:50 a.m. Eastern. Starbase there in Boca Chica, South Texas. There were two main goals. First, to bring Starship's first stage booster, or Super Heavy, down for a soft landing or splashdown rather, in the Gulf of Mexico, and achieve a controlled re-entry of the upper stage called Starship, or ship. Both the Super Heavy booster and its ship appeared to make their water landings, sending spectators at SpaceX Mission Control into an absolute frenzy. The whole building was going absolutely insane, according to a SpaceX spokesperson during live commentary from the headquarters there in Hawthorne, California. When we saw the booster hit the water, I mean, wow. Elon Musk was thrilled as well. Successful soft landing of the Starship Super Heavy rocket booster after splashdown. The Starship vehicle, meanwhile, appeared to nail its landing burn despite one of the flaps clearly suffering burn-through damage during the descent. Live camera view showed the flaps' heat shields actually burning away, covering the camera with debris, ultimately cracking the lens. Still, the camera came back despite several signal drops proving that each time that Starship was alive, at landing, the ship appeared to flip as planned and execute its landing burn. Despite the loss of many tiles and a damaged flap, Starship made it all the way to a soft landing in the ocean. Congratulations, SpaceX team, on an epic achievement. The crowd, as you would expect, went wild. It is 844-844-3388. Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, on a Friday, TGIF. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Up and at 'em. What you got going on? Okay, said, my Reds beat the Cubs 8-4, 5 in a row. Have they dug their way out of the last place? They've been on kind of a run. I'll have to check on that. All right, have a great Friday. Billy is on board. Good to have you with us there. And Scenic Route is on board as well. Good morning, Scenic Route.
Good morning, Steve. Thank me for making my call.
Thank you thanks for dialing us up.
There we go. That caller had to be a seminar caller. It's his homework, though, because he buttered you up first with the Hotshot Secret Hat stuff. It's real simple to me. Grump couldn't have put it any better. He brilliantly kind of summed up the situation there for the ignorant. But it's very simple for me. Hamas has American hostages right now, okay? As far as I'm concerned, if they gave up all the hostages, then we can talk. Until they do that, Israel should have the right to do whatever they need to do. And we all know that they are, Hamas is embedded with the civilians. They don't give a rat's ass about their own people. They don't care how many. They think the more of their people get killed, the more PR they're going to get worldwide for weak people like that caller. But bottom line is, until they give up the hostages, full speed ahead, pedal to the metal for Israel to do whatever they got to do. As far as I'm concerned, they gave them Gaza back, okay? And it was in really good shape as far as the infrastructure and everything when they did that. I think within 48 hours of Israel pulling out, one of the first things, quote-unquote, Palestinians did was there was a huge growing operation with agricultural products and things like that. First thing Palestinians did was pull out all the irrigation pipes, basically just tearing them up, looting the place, hurting their own situation, because after that happened, they couldn't really grow their own crops. As far as I'm concerned, Israel should go take Gaza back over and turn it into a resort, because they can. It's kind of a beautiful place. And also they found natural gas reserves off the coast. And for whatever reason, Hamas has put a stop to the plans to develop that area, which would have brought them billions of dollars in funds. They just want to keep pressure on Israel and get rid of the Jews. And my final thought is, if that guy's confused, all he has to do is go online. The videos are there about that were produced by the invaders about what they did to those people, to the Israelis when they went in. It's horrifying. And all he has to do is access those videos, take a look at what they did. There should be no question. But that guy, for him to say that he's questioning who he's going to vote for over this issue, yeah, it's a bad issue. But there are much more important things going on in this country. Anybody who says they question voting for Trump in this situation, our country is on the brink. And Israel, in my opinion, is small potatoes compared to what's going on here. So, I really do think it was a seminar caller. And that's about it.
Very good, Scenic Route. Thank you for chiming in every once in a while. It's been a while since he's dialed us up there, yes. All right, right on the heels, I think last evening we shared the story of a Kentucky, what was it, a truck, a repair shop or something of that nature that they'd come to an agreement, it was a $1.25 million fine for selling these defeat devices for the big truck emissions. Here we are 24 hours later, and the Environmental Protection Agency cracking down on a Tennessee parts distributor, allegedly selling aftermarket emission defeat devices. On the 4th of June, the EPA announced that Murfreesboro business Full Force Diesel Performance Incorporated was fined $525,000 and some change. The EPA accused FFDP of selling illegal defeat devices designed to render automobile emission controls inoperative in violation of the Federal Clean Air Act. Officials said over a 2-year period, this group, FFDP, sold at least 1,719 aftermarket defeat devices, including 406 exhaust emission control delete hardware kits, 337 EGR delete kits, 21 throttle valve delete hardware kits, and 955 tuning products. FFDP has also agreed to stop selling defeat devices and to remove from their website and social media pages all advertisements, photos, videos, and information relating to performing, tampering, and or selling or offering to sell or install defeat devices. It's crazy. I guess there's a lot more of this going on out there than I realize. Cracking down on sellers of illegal defeat devices is a top enforcement priority for the EPA, according to the regional administrator. These illegal practices contribute to harmful air pollution and impede our federal, state, and local efforts to improve air quality to protect the public. Emissions from mobile sources play a particularly important role in the EPA's southeastern region. The use of these defeat devices hampers our ability to maintain compliance with the national ambient air quality standards. All right, news update just ahead here, and the midnight hour coming our way on the West Coast just ahead. We will welcome you into a Friday. A Texas man, we'll give you the rest of the story in next hour. A Texas man shot to death Wednesday night during an attempted carjacking, according to police. Less than 1 hour after he was released from jail. Well, he won't be going back to jail now. Wow. Like I said, the rest of the story coming up. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden joined other world leaders in commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, Biden talked about the sacrifices made that day.
Here, the coast of Normandy, the battle between freedom and tyranny would be joined. Here, on that June morning, the testing was at hand.
French President Emmanuel Macron stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. Court in session on Thursday for Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial in Delaware, with the widow of his late brother, Haley Biden, taking the stand. Haley, who dated Hunter at the time, is testifying about how she discarded the firearm in a dumpster outside a grocery store in Wilmington. Hunter Biden's accused of illegally purchasing and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. President Biden said in an interview Thursday he would not pardon Hunter if he's convicted. The NAACP is urging President Biden to halt the sale of weapons to Israel, stating that this move would garner significant support from many black voters ahead of the election. A March poll revealed that nearly a quarter of black voters consider the Israel-Hamas conflict an extremely important issue in the upcoming presidential race. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured that the crew remains safe. And millions of Americans in the West are under heat warnings again. National Weather Service reports that California's Central Valley, along with Phoenix and Las Vegas, will have a heat wave till Friday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump is busy vetting VP picks in the announcement expected in July ahead of the Republican National Convention. USA's Laura Winters has more.
Turning now to the race for president in 2024, the Trump campaign busy vetting vice presidential candidates. The AP and the New York Post reporting on the short list, Senators Marco Rubio of Florida, J.D. Vance of Ohio, and Tim Scott of South Carolina. Then there's Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, Elise Stefanik of New York, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Trump expected to make the announcement prior to the Republican convention, which is being held July 15th to the 18th in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A federal judge has ordered former Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison on July 1st to begin serving a 4-month sentence. In 2022, a jury convicted Bannon on 2 counts of contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with a subpoena from the House panel investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol. A new border rule, which imposes a daily limit on the number of asylum seekers, requires migrants to use a smartphone app called CBP One to apply. There are concerns, however, that the system may not handle the surge in applications.
We already have clients stuck in Mexico who've been attempting to secure an appointment through CBP One for months. So the situation is grim.
Marissa Limon Garza, who leads the Texas-based Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center, says the app has crashed previously, leaving migrants stranded at the border. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Friday. Hope you've had a good week. Here come the weekend. All right, all I could find to Heatwave's question last evening about battery fires and GM vehicles. We all remember the Chevrolet Bolt. There were a whole bunch of fires there. And I guess more recently, General Motors and LG announced they've established a $150 million fund to compensate the Chevy Bolt owners after that faulty battery caused some of those electric vehicles to burst into flames. This is part of a legal settlement between GM and Bolt owners who had filed a class action against the automaker back in 2020 for allegedly selling them a vehicle with a defective battery. Bolt owners who installed special software that GM offered to fix the battery issue can receive $1,400 from the fund. According to the court documents filed late last Thursday, Bolt owners who sold their car before that date or drivers who leased the Bolt before then are eligible for a $700 payment. GM, LG Energy Solutions, and LG Electronics have agreed to a settlement with plaintiffs to resolve class action litigation related to the Bolt EV battery recall. As a result, Bolt owners who received a battery replacement or have installed the latest advanced diagnostic software may qualify for compensation. GM partnered with subsidiaries of South Korea-based electronics company LG to create the batteries used in the Bolt that debuted way back in 2015. In the following years, drivers noticed their cars would spontaneously catch fire, leading to owners to file complaints about the problem with GM and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They traced the fires to a manufacturing defect in the battery modules, which the automaker said caused a short in the battery cell. Some of these incidents took place in Bolts with battery cells made in South Korea. Other fires came from cells made at LG's plant in Michigan. Of course, in 2021, they recalled all Chevy Bolts worldwide. GM sold just under 25,000 Bolts in the U.S. before telling dealerships to stop selling them. They had ceased production of the vehicle in December of last year, a major financial and reputational blow for GM as automakers were racing to enter the electric vehicle market. They have spent $1.8 billion recalling the Bolt because of those battery issues. The Bolt, one of GM's first all-electric vehicles, second only to the Spark EV, which debuted in June of 2013. Since then, GM has rolled out an electric Hummer, a Chevrolet Silverado, and a Cadillac Lyriq. Now, they say they plan to stop manufacturing gas-powered cars by the year 2035 and will spend $35 billion to roll out more than 30 EVs globally by 2025. Now, about 20 of those models supposed to be here in North America. By the end of the decade, GM expects to generate $90 billion in additional revenue, annual revenue, from electric vehicles. And I'm thinking, good luck. That seems like wishful thinking based on the news day after day, night after night. The demand is just not there, and I don't see that demand suddenly dramatically ramping up in the near future. But back to the phones. Dan, good morning on a Friday.
Good morning, Steve. GM's hoping Biden gets back in and forces everybody, if you want a car, to buy one of these electric cars.
Mm-hmm.
It's not based, as you said, on market, on demand. There is no demand for it. Few of the people, I don't know of anyone that wants to buy an electric car. And if the only one, and I was in one today in an Uber, was a Corolla, or I think it's a Corolla. Well, anyway, it's a hybrid where you don't charge it. The engine charges. And when you're in the city, you're running on electric, and when you're on the highway, you're using fuel. Now, that's a pretty good car, and I think there's others that are out there like that. Maybe domestic made, I'm not really sure. But I've been in those cars several times with rideshare companies, and I have to admit it is a pretty smooth riding car, and they're getting about, I think, 45, 50 miles per gallon per gallon overall. But anyway, I had called because I think I agree with Grump, except for one thing. President Nixon gave the weapons. If Golda Meir hadn't received those weapons during Yom Kippur, they would have been annihilated. They would have lost that war. And it wasn't like an afterthought. I mean, he had to go out of his way to make that happen. So, but I do agree that Israel, though, needs to come in there and say, we are running Gaza. Gaza is ours. And establish the same type of productive and prosperous economy and orderliness that you have in Israel like you had in Gaza. And you defend it and you secure it. And so, as he said, I think that was the Oslo Agreement, Oslo Accords, that where all that money went to establish a government, and it basically went to fund terrorist activities and infrastructure, like the infamous tunnels. And as far as that's concerned, Trump would say it one word: hostages. Not don't, like our fearless leader now says. Hostages. Those hostages range from 14 or 15 months old to 86 years old if they're still alive. And immediately those hostages should be returned. And if not, double it up, Israel. Secure it and run them out there. And I think they're going to do that because it's very obvious Hamas and these other fronts for them through Iran don't want anything to do with the settlement. They want this to go on. By the way, I don't know if you heard, the pier, $500 million pier, is now floating out in the sea.
Okay.
It's not in Rafah anymore. Yeah, it's not there. It's not there. It's somehow floating out into the sea. So, and they can probably get the aid better that way, meaning Hamas, who takes the aid. So that's where I kind of look at it, and in Ukraine, I agree with Grump. I don't know about you. Yes, I do know about you. We're both sick of Ukraine. Okay, I'm sick of it. I don't know what else to say. We're not. Are we going to attack Russia now? Are we going all the way to Moscow? I mean, enough is enough. And I think the people over there in Ukraine want, I mean, the country's destroyed. Who's going to rebuild that?
If I had to venture a guess, I'd say we're probably going to send them a boatload of money to do it.
I don't think that'll happen under Donald Trump.
But that may be the
case. I think
case.
Donald Trump will get some of that oil and natural gas. Yeah, and natural gas. And he'll. I think we're done with Donald Trump. We're done of giving money out. And he was right. The establishment, you want to call it that, I call him the sewer swamp. When he started challenging, I mean, I'm 76 years old. I never seen a period where there was more international peace and lack of wars than during his presidency. Never. And can you recall a time ever? I never seen that. And we were always involved in some engagement or whatever they want to call it. And I really think that's an issue, along with others, that a lot of American people are thinking about, even those who are supposedly on the fence. So, and I mean, we cannot borrow, and you're the one that made me aware of this. Every 100 days we borrow $1 trillion. It's 10-point-something billion dollars a day.
Yep. We
can't survive. I mean, that'd be like you say, Dan, we're doing real good in my family. Every 90 days, I get a $10,000 payday loan. Well, how can you operate that way? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And you're paying interest on top of interest. And if Biden wants to really tank the economy, go ahead and end the Trump tax plan. That's another thing that I think has really irked the swamp, was that tax thing. I don't know about you, but I don't have to itemize anymore. And 90% of filers last year, according to Steve Moore, in case somebody wants to challenge it, an economic advisor, he's on Fox, 90% of the tax filers don't itemize anymore. They don't have to. So what does that do to the people trying to push high interest rates and the BS off to you and I that, well, you can take it off your taxes. You know, you can go ahead and get an 8% loan because you can deduct it from your taxes on your mortgaging. Or all of this stuff that was sold as a tax dodge, something to save you taxes. With Trump's plan, you know, and quite frankly, it should eliminate a lot of the auditing that the IRS had to do when they had to see, okay, you got a home office, how many square feet it is, what's your gas, you drive your car, okay, what was for business purposes, what was the mileage when at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year. And it's one of the best tax programs around. And lastly, my pick for the good of the government, and I just became aware of him during the primary, is Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
I find him to be extremely bright. He doesn't have President Trump's personality, which he's the only one that could have that and still be as healthy as he is. And but yet he buys into everything that President Trump's done, and he's explained it very well why we're doing things this way. And and he has no connection with the swamp. And I just find that to be, as I said before to you, many of my other calls to you, Steve, I'm more PO'd at some of these Republicans than I am, like DeWine the governor of Ohio. I wouldn't vote for him for anything. And some of these Republicans, Kasich is another one. Quite frankly, I think I might have to vote for a Democrat. I was in Ohio. I wouldn't know if I could vote for a Republican for governor. I would, but I'm tired of holding my nose and voting for these people. And but that's who my pick would be for vice president. I don't know if you stated who your choice would be.
No, I mean, that name came up last evening. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Pappy that brought it up. I wasn't really familiar with him, and I looked him up, and I found some of his. Yeah, he seems like a really savvy guy. The list that we're hearing is was it Burgum there in Dakota, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, which that really kind of surprises me. Marco Rubio after. Trump called him a little Marco, and I'm surprised he's even on the finalist list. And then Tim Scott, I think. Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Well, Tim Scott of South Carolina. I really think you have to look at Tim Scott has been a congressman, I believe, right? And then he was a senator. And then he still is a senator, and he's a good senator. But unless you've had administrative experience in the private sector, and I'm not a big corporate believer that the country should bow down at the knees of GM and Ford and Boeing and the defense manufacturers, but unless you've met a payroll or you've had administrative experience, but Burgum has a record of accomplishments that are most impressive. And somebody like J.D. Vance, yes, but J.D. Vance is in his 40s. Doug Burgum's 67. And the way things are going, I mean, we're really not to. I know she wouldn't be on it, Nikki Haley. She hasn't commented on Trump's conviction up in New York, by the way. But she made a point that we're really voting for the vice president. And there is a lot of truth to that. Because either one of these people may have something happen. What's kept President Trump from having a stroke? I don't know. I don't know. With what I'm saying?
Oh, the stress. Yes.
And, all the stress of this and taking his business away. And I know people say, and I come from a family with attorneys, a lot of them, it'll be taken care of in the appeals process. Well, how do you know the people on the appeals court and they're not the ones that refuse to lift the gag on Trump? How do you know this will be overturned? How do you know New York is going to restore President Trump's company to him? I mean, we don't know that with it. You can't predict what a court's going to do.
Right.
Because we've seen what a crooked judge has done. Does that mean that Merchan is the only crooked judge, or Ergonon up in New York that took his company away from him? And we're talking his family being broke. I mean, the only criticism I have of Donald Trump is when he moved his personal residency to Florida, he should have moved the damn company, and he never would have had this problem. He never would have had this problem. And, I mean, on a much minuscule way, I know people that have gotten in trouble with not paying state of Missouri, where I live at, state of Missouri income tax, and they had their professional license suspended. They couldn't make a living over that idiot tax, which is set almost 6%, I think. And I should know. I pay it. And they couldn't make a living, and they finally went over to Tennessee, which does not have a state income tax, and reestablished themselves there. You know what I'm saying? Their problems would have been over with.
Right.
And, I mean, so why Trump sat there and dealt with a bunch of lunatics who are literally trying to get you know what I'm saying, every dime that he has and break them. I don't know. I'd move the company out of there. I'd go to Texas. I'd go to Tennessee. The liberals do it, don't they? They change their businesses. I consider Musk quite quasi-liberal. He moved to Texas. And some of these other high-tech companies went to Austin. Companies have gone to Florida, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Although Tennessee, Nashville, I was shocked when you talked when that guy called about that, a felon being, you know what I'm saying, elected.
Right, right. Trying to say Trump can't be on the ballot.
That's a concern. But if you'd have told me where that would have come from, I would have said where my my home birthplace, but I mean also my home. I work out of Memphis. I don't reside there, but I work out of Memphis. And if you'd have told me Memphis, I would have said that come out of Steve Cohen, the congressman from Memphis, or one of those Memphis, Shelby County people would have proposed, would have brought this up. But it didn't. It came out of Nashville. And as a lot of people that I know from Nashville say, all this growth has come at one hell of a price. And you could literally change. They have changed Nashville. They have changed Nashville. I don't get it. They come from Massachusetts, they come from Wisconsin, and they come from this place and that liberal state with high state taxes and real estate taxes that would give you and I nosebleeds. And they say, well, why can't we have this here? Why can't we have this here? Well, idiot, you left a place like that because you couldn't make it. So, but anyway, I mean, getting back to that, I think Israel is about done with the U.S. under Biden. I think they are. I know Netanyahu's going to speak to both houses of Congress. Expect AOC and the Squad and several other liberals to either turn their backs when he speaks or whatever they're going to do. But I quite frankly think they're about done with the U.S. And they should be. They should go on and do things on their own. They are now a wealthy country, and they can afford to fund this, and we should sell them weapons just like we sell them to you. Well, we're not selling them to Ukraine.
Yep.
We're giving them to Ukraine.
Well, they did just sign a deal for another, I mentioned the other night, another F-35 squadron. I believe that was that 25 additional F-35s. Hey, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. French President Emmanuel Macron is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, he stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. President Biden was also in attendance. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured the crew remains safe. Millions of Americans in the West are under heat warnings again Thursday. The National Weather Service reporting California's Central Valley, along with cities like Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Albuquerque, will see extreme high temperatures. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Well, I guess you'd have to call this one maybe a Darwin Award winner, not just a DA of the week. A Texas man shot to death Wednesday night in attempted carjacking, according to police. Jarvis Houston had been out of the Angelina County Jail for less than 1 hour when the incident took place. According to KTRE, the outlet reported the man who owned the truck admitted he shot Houston, but he said he did it to prevent the vehicle from being stolen. The Lufkin Police Department said the fatal overnight shooting came out of an attempted vehicle theft with the victim's family inside. Now, the Post said Marco Leva, 25 years old, indicated that he had stopped at his business at about 9 o'clock Wednesday evening. While the vehicle was stopped, a man not known to him allegedly entered his running truck, with his wife and baby daughter inside. Despite his warnings and offers of an alternative vehicle, a physical altercation ensued, resulting in the suspect being shot. Leyva was detained after police arrived. Houston was taken to the hospital but later died. The Post said Leyva's account of what took place was confirmed by surveillance video from the business. Police said that no charges are expected to be filed against Leyva, ruling the case to be one of self-defense. The case is being reviewed by the Angelina County District Attorney's Office, but no injuries to Leyva or his family. Despite initial difficulty in identifying the suspect, though, officers discovered a paper sack at the scene, suggesting a recent jail release. Subsequent contact with the jail confirmed the suspect's identity as 47-year-old Jarvis Houston. The Post said jail officials informed officers Houston had been released less than 1 hour prior. Now, after Houston was jailed on charges of assault, family violence, causing bodily injury, and a misdemeanor warrant, police indicated there were no charges pending against Houston when he left the jail. But he will not be going back to jail, will he? All right, somebody else. Are we turning over what? Is this the new leaf?
This is Sundance. I got a new leaf. I'm turning over a new leaf.
Oh, that should be good.
I'm trying. I know I've upset people 2 weeks ago, and I've listened and I've listened to what people have said, and people have reiterated, not knowing. They said the exact same thing I said, trying to be mad at me. And I want to say a couple of things. I've got a couple of apologies. One, okay, yeah, they're right. The military breaks you down and makes you into what they want you to be. And I did have that experience where nobody said they were there to die for their country or even serve their country when I went in 1986. But that was one of those teachable moments where I was like, how selfish I was to be there, and it did click over in my head. Yeah, I was ready to go. I went to the line of death with Libya. I was there. I did. And I was ready to fight anybody. I wanted to get out of boot camp when we were, Top Gun was going on. I couldn't wait to get out. I'm ready. So it was, and then I got on board a ship, and I had a great captain who taught me. He enjoyed life. It was military, but he made it the best it could be as for what we do when we were gone from our families for so long. The Navy was really, really hard on a family compared to Army and Air Force. Y'all had houses and all that stuff. If we weren't married, we were living on a ship when we got back into port. We didn't have the normal family life, single guys in the military, in the Navy, excuse me. So I just want to say, look, I earned and that captain taught me, he didn't care if I was an E1 or a 05. He wanted me to earn my paycheck every day, and I did. I served my country. I gave it everything. I was a 4-0 sailor. Now, I did get into it with a group of people that didn't think I was, and they tried to court-martial me, but then I turned around and fought it, and I had, I'm a fighter. I got transferred to another ship, which I was supposed to go before all that happened, and I got to the next ship. They advanced me back up to my rate, and I got to take the test, so I went from E5 back down to E3, back to E5 in 6 months. Because I did my job good, and that's why I got out of the military. If I hadn't had that experience with that group of people, I would have probably stayed in longer. But I didn't want to be in a situation where I couldn't leave and get away from people that didn't have my best interest at heart. So that's why I got out of the military. All right, but I did earn my check, and they tried. The only thing they would re-enlist me for was overseas for 3 years, but I didn't want that. I tried to go submarine. All right, that's number one. Number two, I apologize to Pappy. I apologize to Pappy because I thought that he was doing the veiled threat, and I think you agreed with me. It wasn't a veiled threat. It was what's coming down the pike, as I remember. But Pappy called and cleared that up, that he was talking about Joe Biden's got a Rottweiler on a leash, and he hasn't released that Rottweiler yet. So I don't know what Joe Biden's waiting on, but like I said, I apologize to Pappy. I took it a different way. That's the and the Hot Shot Secret stuff. When I had my truck, I run that stuff in my truck from the very beginning. When I turned the truck back in, I got an oil analysis on the motor. They said that motor was and I had 356,000 miles on it. They said that motor was like brand new. It got an oil change every 12,000 miles. It got Hot Shot Secret oil additive, that whole big quart or whatever it was, 60 or 34 ounce, whatever it was. It got put in my engine. My engine was clean, not any sign of wear on the oil analysis, nothing. So that Hot Shot Secret stuff is, and now I found out y'all would do it for European models. So I've got a BMW I'm going to pick up today. I'm going to start putting that because I did see it's a European oil. It's like a 30 weight or something. I didn't even know they made a 0, but now y'all got that, so I'm going to start getting that because I just had a new timing belt put in my Beamer W. I got new spark plugs, new suspension. Let's see, what else did I get? A new backup camera. About $12,000 worth of work done to that car. Now, here's the kicker. I have Car Shield. I had that policy. Now, some people, I have to have 2 policies on that car because one don't cover stuff and the other one does, right? So I pay $450 a month for those 2 policies. I've had it for a year and a half. So I paid in about $6,000, and they covered everything except for my deductible, which was $300 for the things I got done. So that being said, if you thought about getting it, it's good. Just make sure you get the 2 policies. There's a gold policy and there's an aluminum policy, and if one don't cover it, the other one will. I don't have a car payment, but I've got one of the finest BMWs I've ever driven. I used to haul them. But like I said, I don't want to. I apologize to anybody I upset about Memorial Day. I didn't mean it that way. I understand. But to quote George C. Scott, nobody wins wars dying for their country, right? During the Patton movie, you make the other sorry son of a bitch die for his. That's how you win wars. That's my philosophy. I didn't go in there to die for my country. I don't do my country no good dying. So I go in there and give everything I got for it. If that happens, that's fine. But what my point was that day was not, we don't join the military to die for our country. If that's what we do, I apologize, but I'm not going to be part of that. I'm not going there to die. Pat Tillman, he was killed by a bullet that was 5 feet away from him. So I don't think the enemy got him. So, but you did say yourself, Steve, that you were being selfish when you tried to get your son to go into the Navy or the Air Force, right?
I wanted him to come back alive.
Right, exactly. But you did say when you got off the phone that you were being selfish for selfish reasons. You wanted him to join those 2, and I understand why. And that's exactly what I'll tell you the same. I'm honest. I joined the Navy because Reagan was doing his stuff, and I was like, well, if we're going to war, I don't want to be fighting on the front line. So if I join the Navy, before it all went down. I'll tell you, I was selfish, and like I said in my first 2 weeks ago, we joined for selfish reasons. You know, I don't wear my military on my sleeve. It's part of my life, but it's not. It didn't define me who I am. It's part of my life. That's all I can. You know, I'm not going to say. You know, but you know, I want everybody to have the same things. I want this country better, but I can see what's going on with it's business. Corporate is tearing us apart. See, when we have corporate at the top, and I'll tell you who's rebuilding Ukraine, Zelensky and BlackRock just announced that they've got a deal together, if you want to look that up. But BlackRock's running that, so they're going to rebuild it. So that's where that's at. And that's who's running this whole country. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, they own everything. So they raise the prices. They're going to get the money back eventually, but because they produce everything. That's the only way you're going to get money in this country is if you produce something and people buy it. And they got everything. So, but now they don't want to give us enough money to buy it. They just keep the money off the top down. Used to, and I had a conversation with a guy tonight. For me to live the lifestyle he had, and he's 20 years older than me, I would have to be at $90 an hour, based on what the price of everything is. He said we can't pay that. I'm like, we've already been there. Equivalent to what you had for working for $5 an hour in 1971, it was equal to buying his house payment was $150 a month. He paid $22,000 for the house. Now a house is $450,000. I said, so the mortgage, he could work 1 week and pay his mortgage. For me to pay that mortgage, 1 week of pay is $90 an hour. It's $3,500 a month. So we've been there. I don't know why we can't go back there. If we can't get off the numbers, then we're stuck. I mean, we're stuck. But if you give everybody their money that they should be getting, the top's going to get it back. They just don't want you to have it now. Right. I don't know what the game is. That's why everybody's not going to, everybody's okay. I got you. I appreciate your time, Steve. And like I said,
all right, yeah. I mean, and you see what's going on in California. You're advocating for $20 an hour for a burger flipper. I think it was 48 restaurants in that taco chain that announced they're closing. You can't afford to operate anymore. All right, well, everyone heard what you said. You can try as you may, and for media, I think I might have said, yes, me being selfish, wanting my son to be protected or at less risk, is why I tried to convince him to join the Navy. That is correct. Yeah, but he joined the military, and he went straight next door to join the Army, infantry, front lines, because of his love for the country. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So the Republican National Committee, the Research Division as they call it, posted several videos on X that appear to show President Biden in a perpetual state of confusion following his speech in Normandy yesterday, 80th anniversary of D-Day. The RNC research account rattled off several posts of the president in Normandy, one with video showing Biden kind of bending down at one point, seeming to be uncertain whether is it time to sit down, just kind of awkward. In part of his speech to the D-Day veterans, he appeared to misspeak while urging allies to support Ukraine in its war against Russia, saying that hundreds of thousands of Russian military personnel were killed in Ukraine. They've suffered tremendous losses with Russia. The numbers are staggering. 350,000 Russian troops dead or wounded. Later, he claimed in an ABC interview with David Muir that he's known Vladimir Putin for over 40 years, notwithstanding the fact that Putin served as an undercover KGB intelligence officer for the Soviet Union throughout the entire 1980s. I've known him for over 40 years. He's concerned me for 40 years. He's not a decent man, he said. Another video showing Biden walking off with his wife, Jill, as the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, continued to greet and chat with the World War II veterans. Of course, in the hot mic moment, Biden appeared to tell Macron, "My advance team said I've got to be the first one to leave." A question about his mental acuity continued to grow. This week, of course, the Wall Street Journal's bombshell report that interviewed 45 lawmakers and administration officials about his mental performance, facing skepticism from voters about his ability to do his job. Now, many Republicans, even some Democrats, said, he's showing his age in private meetings. Most of the people interviewed by the outlet who were critical of Biden's performance were Republicans, although some Democrats said the president showed his age in several exchanges. These interviewees participated in meetings with Biden or were briefed on them contemporaneously, including administration officials and other Democrats who did not express concerns about how the president handled the meetings, but I don't know. Questions. A couple of minutes before news update. What are we going to be? Rolling into our final hour? Yes, we will. Hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. 76 for Fort Wayne, just 70 in Sterling Heights, Michigan today. As we do it again, Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Have a great weekend from Truck and Phil and Semper Fi. Hello to Steve in Columbus, who says Friday is finally here. The week is winding down. We're looking forward to a little rest this weekend. Hopefully no big plans. We are providing trash service for an event in town, so the trash truck will be doing some extra hours this weekend. But we won't let that stop us from enjoying what we can of it. I suppose it's time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Everybody enjoy the day and your weekend. Excellent. I wanted to pull up the think I had the story in regards to predatory towing around the country. We touched on Tennessee. There was an update from Landline this past day. Towing reform pursuits reached the finish line in 4 states, as a matter of fact. The changes are billed as to create basic consumer protections for predatory towing and booting for truck drivers and motor carriers. Now, we shared the whole Tennessee breakdown, which was applauded, especially for people and companies in Memphis, where they've been dealing with the predatory towing for several years now. The A1 towing there. Their new rules take effect on July the 1st. Florida was the first state this year to act to address predatory towing. The National Insurance Crime Bureau reporting the state is notorious for this. Effective July 1, the new law requires counties to establish maximum rates that towers can charge for cleanup and disposal of hazardous and non-hazardous materials incidental to a non-consensual tow. Now, in areas without established maximum rates, rates set by the Florida Highway Patrol will be recognized. Those rates are required to be posted online. Counties, cities, and the Highway Patrol are mandated to establish a process for investigating and resolving complaints regarding fees charged in excess of such rates. Additional towing and storage operators are mandated to maintain a rate sheet listing all fees related to vehicle recovery, removal, or storage. That rate sheet must be posted at the place of business and must be provided upon request. A rate sheet also must be available at the scene of a tow to the owner or the operator if they are present. The Florida Trucking Association said these new rules are a huge victory for trucking in the state. This new law is going to weed out the predatory towing tactics of the bad actors and make the entire industry better and safer. There were also changes in the states of Mississippi and Virginia, but right now we've got top of the hour news update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden joined other world leaders in commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, Biden talked about the sacrifices made that day.
Here, the coast of Normandy, The battle between freedom and tyranny would be joined. Here, on that June morning, the testing was at hand.
French President Emmanuel Macron stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. Court in session on Thursday for Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial in Delaware, with the widow of his late brother, Haley Biden, taking the stand. Haley, who dated Hunter at the time, is testifying about how she discarded the firearm in a dumpster outside a grocery store in Wilmington. Hunter Biden's accused of illegally purchasing and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. President Biden said in an interview Thursday he would not pardon Hunter if he's convicted. The NAACP is urging President Biden to halt the sale of weapons to Israel, stating that this move would garner significant support from many black voters ahead of the election. A March poll revealed that nearly a quarter of black voters consider the Israel-Hamas conflict an extremely important issue in the upcoming presidential race. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured that the crew remains safe. And millions of Americans in the West are under heat warnings again. National Weather Service reports that California's Central Valley, along with Phoenix and Las Vegas, will have a heat wave till Friday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Donald Trump is busy vetting VP picks in the announcement expected in July ahead of the Republican National Convention. USA's Laura Winters has more.
Turning now to the race for president in 2024, the Trump campaign busy vetting vice presidential candidates. The AP and the New York Post reporting on the short list, Senators Marco Rubio of Florida, J.D. Vance of Ohio, and Tim Scott of South Carolina. Then there's Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, Elise Stefanik of New York, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Trump expected to make the announcement prior to the Republican convention, which is being held July 15th to the 18th in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A federal judge has ordered former Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison on July 1st to begin serving a 4-month sentence. In 2022, a jury convicted Bannon on 2 counts of contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with a subpoena from the House panel investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol. A new border rule, which imposes a daily limit on the number of asylum seekers, requires migrants to use a smartphone app called CBP One to apply. There are concerns, however, that the system may not handle the surge in applications.
We already have clients stuck in Mexico who've been attempting to secure an appointment through CBP One for months. So the situation is grim.
Marissa Limon Garza, who leads the Texas-based Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center, says the app has crashed previously, leaving migrants stranded at the border. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So here we go, get our final hour underway. What do we have for you this time around? Looks like the Amazon Labor Union, the grassroots labor group that won a major victory at an Amazon warehouse a couple years ago, has agreed to affiliate with the Teamsters Union. A move that is bound, they say, to inject new energy into the struggling organization. Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien announced the affiliation during the union's General Executive Board meeting in Washington on Tuesday. Now it says, if ratified, members of the Amazon Labor Union, which belong to one of the warehouses located in New York's borough of Staten Island, will essentially join the Teamsters as an autonomous local union with the same rights and duties as a standard chapter, according to the agreement. Now, the Teamsters said their board has already unanimously approved the affiliation. That step will bring them closer to their goal of unionizing Amazon's non-corporate workplace. Amazon Labor Union President Chris Smalls said the labor group was combining forces with one of the most powerful unions to take on Amazon together. Our message is clear. We want a contract, and we want it now, Smalls says, referring to the union contract that his organization still hasn't been able to secure more than 2 years after becoming the only one to ever pull off a labor win at an Amazon warehouse in the country. Since then, the Amazon Labor Union has faced many other challenges, including 2 election losses at other Amazon warehouses and internal strife that the organizing strategy, some organizers have left to form the ALU, Democrat Reform Caucus, a dissident group that actually sued the union last year to force an election for new leadership. That election is expected to be held next month outside of the warehouse that voted to unionize. Already the agreement announced by the leaders of both organizations is facing pushback from the caucus. Schwartz said the Teamsters have indicated they want the ALU membership to ratify the new agreement before the union holds its internal leadership election next month, but said that would pose a challenge because Amazon Labor Union currently doesn't have an updated list of members, which the caucus has been seeking for the internal election that's currently underway. See where it goes. I don't know how many members there are of that Amazon Labor Union, but the only warehouse thus far to actually vote to unionize. Eagle back on board here on a Friday. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you putting me back on. A couple of things. Before the weekend, I talk a little bit of sports right quick, and then one last thing about Donald Trump. This weekend, let's see, NASCAR, they on the road course this week over in Sonoma, California. So it'll probably be the same names that you normally see on the road courses that do good. Is Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch, maybe. He ain't been running good, but he's a good road course guy. So you'll see the same guys more than likely. You'll see a man that's done won on the road courses before, because that's what they do. Unless they got one of those guys, I don't know if they have one of these foreign guys that they bring in, these professional drivers, road course guys that won a race a couple of years ago. I don't know if they got one of them kind of guys in the race this week. He just specialized in road course races. So those guys usually have an advantage over the Cup NASCAR drivers. So we'll see what happens with that. But I usually try to watch the road course if I get a chance on Sunday. But it might come on kind of late. It might be late in the afternoon because they race it in California. 2 or 3 hours behind Eastern time zone, so it might not start until around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe later than that, since they're running in California. So we'll see what happens with that race over the weekend. And I'm definitely gonna check that out, even though I'm working. But yeah, Steve, I want to get back to some things about Donald Trump. Some questions I got for you that I've been hearing over the last couple of days. You answered one of my questions earlier in the week. Another question that needs to be people asked, and I've talked to and I've seen it on television, is what happens on July the 11th, because now they got another guy who's saying that he's pretty much sure that they're going to put Donald Trump in jail. For the people out there who think it's not going to happen, you better get prepared, because it's at least right now, Steve. If I was going in a percentage from what I'm hearing, it looks like it's over 50% right now. It might be about 55, maybe 60% that he could that he might go to jail. The other 40, So hopefully that's not true. But the question I want to ask you is what happens if he is placed in jail and the convention is 2 or 3 days later? What happens? Is Trump, how are they going to still have a convention, or have you heard anything about that if Trump is in jail at this time? What happens then?
Technically, he could be officially nominated to become the nominee from jail if he were to be there.
Oh, okay. He still can be nominated from jail. Okay.
Yep.
Now, another question that people are asking is, because now we got people trying to say, like you had a guy call in earlier tonight, and I trying to say that Tennessee is trying to take him off of the ballot, saying that he's a so-called convicted felon. Now, if some of these states, if he's placed off of the, I don't know I think he'll probably have to go up to the Supreme Court at that point. But the states that are trying to take him off the ballot right now, will they be allowed to do that, or will it have to go to a higher deal for them to be able to take him off the ballot doing being a felon?
The Tennessee, and we shared the actual wording of that, and it specifically says, he cannot run for a state office or a state position. He's not running for a state position in Tennessee. He's running for president at the federal level. I don't know if there's any states out there that would have anything written into their state constitution or rules.
Yeah,
that's all going to come up in the coming. Somebody said Virginia, I believe, was also maybe looking at the same thing like Tennessee was. I don't know.
Yeah, there's going to be. I believe that there's going to be some states in the coming weeks going to try to pull it, but like you said before, it might just be for the local and federal. It might not cover the presidential race. And one other question before I hang up with you about Trump is that people are asking that I've heard about. People are saying, what happens if Donald Trump, if in the coming weeks he has a let me see how did that one guy put it? If him and Joe Biden, if they have the debate, which is supposed to take place I think Trump ain't pulled out of it yet. If they had a debate and Donald Trump is asked questions, because I guess he's still under the gag order. You told me that the other day.
Mm-hmm.
If they ask Donald Trump a question about what will he do if he's placed in jail, because this debate is before the deal. I don't know if he's going to be able to answer that question or not, or if somebody asks him a question of what will you do if you're placed in jail before the election. I wanted to ask you, did you think he should answer that question, or did he just ignore that question? And I'll hang up and let you see what you have to say about that. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Okay, so to answer the question, so what's next? What's next? According to Axios, obviously July 11th is the date the judge said. Judge Merchan will determine whether Trump's punishment will include a prison sentence. The 34 charges are all what they call Class E felonies, the least severe level in New York. They each carry the possibility of up to 4 years in prison, but the judge can also decide to sentence him to, say, probation without prison time. That would require him to regularly report to a probation officer. If he commits any more crimes, Trump could then be jailed. The judge could sentence him to anything between 0 and the max. Dan Horowitz, a defense lawyer who formerly prosecuted white-collar cases for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, he could sentence Trump to a period of weeks or months, or a sentence where he's required, for example, to go to jail every weekend for a period of time and serve the rest of the sentence on probation. Can he run for president as a convicted felon? While Trump can still run for president, it's not clear yet if he'll be able to vote for himself, which that has been clarified. Yes, he will be able to, because DeSantis there in Florida already stated, and the way the rules work in Florida, he would have the right to vote as the appeals process is ongoing, which that'll be coming up next. They just said some states have laws that limit the voting rights of a person with a felony. But Trump moved his residency to Florida after leaving the White House in 2021. According to Florida law, the ability of people with a felony conviction to vote depends on the laws in the state where they were convicted. Now, the only way he wouldn't be able to vote if he would be in prison on Election Day. Anything else? I guess that pretty much answers it, but just going to have to wait and see what comes down with some of these other states. Obviously, you got the Democrats just chomping at the bit, looking at any way to keep him off the ballot like they've been doing, but crazy times, right?
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to 5-7 who chimed in here a few minutes ago. We were referencing the Navy, and he said, technically, U.S. naval warships are floating bombs, fuel, oils, explosives, warheads. Carriers are targeted by the enemy and fire risk. Destroyers are under the same threat but are even more vulnerable to the sea itself. World War II, as the American fleet sterned across the Pacific Ocean to Japan, a violent storm claimed several destroyers, taking all hands, 350 sailors each. Peacetime Navy, my destroyer weathered 4 major storms at sea. So I'm not sure the Navy's actually a safer choice, but I joined the Navy following my father's footsteps. And a great job experience. Speaking of the Navy, the Russian Navy, soon to be playing in our backyard. Yes, 3 Russian naval ships and a nuclear-powered submarine will arrive at the port of Havana for an official visit next week. According to the Cuban Armed Forces in a statement this past day confirming the military exercises first disclosed by U.S. officials on Wednesday, the Cuban Revolutionary Armed Forces said the Russian missile frigate Admiral Gorshkov, the nuclear sub Kazan, and the oil tanker Pashin, and the salvage tug Nikolai Chikir will arrive on June 12th and stay for a week. Cuban military said the visit by the Russian Navy ships is part of the friendly relations between the two countries, that it complies with international law, does not pose a security threat to the region because none of the ships carry nuclear weapons. U.S. officials told McClatchy in the Miami Herald this week the exercises are expected to include heightened naval and air activity near the United States involving both Russian aircraft and combat naval vessels, the first coordinated air and sea exercise by Russia in the Western Hemisphere in 5 years. While we're disappointed that Cuba has likely agreed to host visiting Russian ships, we're not surprised. While one of the ships is a nuclear-powered submarine, the official said that the U.S. intelligence community assesses that it is not carrying nuclear weapons and poses no direct threat to the national security of the U.S. Now, administration officials suspect that Cuba approved the Russian port call, at least in part, over an incident last year in which a U.S. naval nuclear submarine docked at Guantanamo Bay, which angered the Cubans. We are not surprised by it, given Russia's long history of Cuban port calls. These are routine naval visits that are part of Russian military exercises, which have ratcheted up because of U.S. support to Ukraine and exercise activity to support NATO. But the warships are part of the Russian Navy Northern Fleet, which departed May 17 on a long voyage to demonstrate the Russian flag and to ensure naval presence in important areas of distant oceanic zone, so said the Russian government. According to the TASS report, the Admiral Gorshkov frigate held an artillery fire exercise at an air target in the Atlantic, firing AK-192M artillery complex and Palash anti-aircraft missiles at an imitated air target. All right, so the Cuban government didn't mention military exercises in their statement, but they just simply said cultural activities, whatever that is. I think Vic wanted to chime in on that. Yes. So the Russians got a plane in our backyard there, Vic.
Oh, yeah. You seen where the Russian warships were headed over to Cuba, didn't you?
Well, that's what I was just mentioning. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about that is, you know, all the fuss they made about George W. Bush and his Air National Guard short career. That's the Air National Guard down there in the Gulf Coast. They patrol that all the time. So I'm not exactly sure, you know, where this could be going. And the other thing I was thinking about, we have all these people coming up here from South and Central America. You know, this thing, it may just be, you know, just nothing. But then again, it might spiral into something rather quickly. So I don't know. Every time I turn around or think about things, it's like, how in the world can somebody keep messing up that badly? Are they really that much? I don't know what you want to say. A stumble bum, or are they doing it deliberately, or is somebody kind of using Biden as a scapegoat of everything while they're back there pulling the strings? So it just amazes me how in the world we could go downhill so quickly. And there, I don't know if you've seen that 100-year-old plus Marine that they had over there in Normandy.
Yeah, sad.
He said, I know it isn't funny, but he said, this country's just going to hell in a handbag or something to that effect. And I'm thinking to myself, here this person that old comprehends what's going on. And I'm not really sure Biden comprehends what exactly he is, what he's doing or what his purpose is or what his goal is. All I know is he's making things mighty rough on those that are serving today or have anything to do with the government in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know. And when I seen that today, they were talking about there might be a replay of the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. And I'm thinking, well, I don't think so. And I just watched a special the other day, something about people on both sides of the coin. They were showing some of the places in Cuba and all that had went on and everything. So I don't know. I just don't know if the Cubans really have a desire to do that again, or if Russia just thought, well, we're going to have to do this and respond to this because America has told Ukraine they can use American weapons to far into Russia. But again, we've discussed this thing with
and Ukraine did that earlier this week, right? Hold the thought. We pause there.
USA News Update. French President Emmanuel Macron is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. At a ceremony near Omaha Beach, he stated that Allied troops defied everything to liberate France from Nazi occupation. President Biden was also in attendance. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has successfully docked at the International Space Station.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
On Wednesday evening, NASA reported that 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft entered orbit, but assured the crew remains safe. Millions of Americans in the West are under heat warnings again Thursday. The National Weather Service reporting California's Central Valley, along with cities like Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Albuquerque, will see extreme high temperatures. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Coming up here, we'll get our final NTPA update of the week as starting today. It's June 7th. June 7th and 8th. The NTPA Farley Nationals. That's today and Saturday. Raceway 300 Farley, Iowa. So this will be an NTPA Grand National event. Hot Shot Secret will be there. Stop by, say hello. I'm assuming Kyle and Matt are there this weekend. Maybe some others. The following weekend, it's back to diesel drag racing as we head north of the border, June 14th, 15th. That is another Friday, Saturday event at the Mission Raceway in Mission, British Columbia. You got the truck show and shine. The Hot Shot Secret booth will be there with diesel drag racing, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, NHRDA for short. A couple things to check out. All right, welcome back, Vic. So I don't know how our U.S. intel, I mean, they say our intel says, yes, it is a nuclear-powered Russian submarine, but our intel says they're not carrying nuclear weapons. I don't know how we can determine that, but somehow, supposedly, we can.
Well, our satellites they are so far advanced now, and even some of the aircraft that they can, look deep into the earth and pick up a lot of different things. So I'm not exactly sure. I would have to think that there would be some sort of a cloaking mechanism on there to where that you wouldn't be able to tell if they had nuclear missiles on board or not. So I won't even venture a guess on that. But what I was thinking about was they showed how that whole Russia-Ukraine thing just kind of advanced from Biden's incompetence. And they showed a clip of him on TV back whenever Russia, came down there on the border and said they were just doing exercises, and that was part of the Russian protection of the Russian people in the Donbass region and all that. And Biden says, well, it depends on, what our action will take, whether it's a minor incursion. And it's like, well, what's a minor incursion? So if thinking about Putin, and he said he's known him for, 40 years or whatever it was, he said. So if he knew him, he should have known that was a green light to Putin to go ahead and invade Ukraine, and nothing would happen. And it just kept progressing and progressing. And then I don't know exactly if Zelensky exhausted everything that he already had weaponry-wise or whatever. It's been a mixed-up affair up there. Over there, it's no strategy whatsoever, no accountability. And so now we find ourselves in this situation. Are we going to have to confront Russia directly here in our neck of the woods, So that's what I was saying about with Biden. He can open his mouth and make some of the worst statements, and then we'll go to the Israel thing. Same way with that. He said, well, Netanyahu needs to make some sort of an agreement, or we're not going to send them weapons, and then jumping even clear over there to Taiwan. He's not very clear about that, what China is going to be allowed to do or not allowed to do. I mean, he's just weak all over. And here back to here in the United States, look at what the protesters were ready to do. The pro-Palestinian protesters were allowed to do almost on a moment's notice. And to me, that set off all kinds of red flags. Where did all these protesters come from? And how did they get this all set up so quickly? It just didn't seem like it was a grassroots movement. There had to be some sort of planning and organization behind it. And some of the professors and people in a lot of these universities, they seem to be behind part of the pro-Palestinian organization. Excuse me. So that's just how did we get to this level, so quickly in 3 years? And the Democrats, I don't know if they really want to run Biden or if they're stuck with him or what's going on, but it's just unbelievable that we have a person like this in the Oval Office, and the backup isn't any better. She's giggling all the time, so I don't know. Maybe she's been sneaking a smoke here or there. If she gets the munchies, I guess we'll know along with all that giggling going on. So anyway, but real quick, like you were mentioning, drag racing. I watched a documentary on drag racing today, on the muscle cars today, and I didn't realize it, but the executives at the different auto people at the different auto companies in Detroit back in their junior years, people like Lee Iacocca, John DeLorean, not so much Harley Earl. He designed the Buick and everything. But there was a little competition going on, and they used to street race on out there on Woodlawn Avenue in Detroit. And I'm thinking to myself, well, they had to know that was going on. One of the things that they came up with was the Chrysler people was they always had the downward brake. You mentioned something about, I think they call it the Oregon rake or something, where the front wheels were hardly touching the ground.
Right.
Well, whenever you're drag racing, you really want it the other way. You know, you want the front end down and the back end up. So whenever you apply power, then that puts more thrust to the rear wheels, and they don't spin as much. You get more power directly to the rear wheels. But the thing that surprised me was, you know, they were mentioning all these different young executives as they were coming up, and the different companies just kind of turned a blind eye to them. And Lee Iacocca, of course, he came up with the Mustang, and he had a heck of a time getting Ford to even accept that. And they finally gave him some money, and that was right after the Edsel episode. And they told him, said, if this thing doesn't work, you know, you're gone too. And they had the figures how many cars the Mustang had sold. It all related back to the muscle car era, and that was just kind of interesting. But a lot of the drag racing principles that they're using today really comes back to those guys. I guess street racing out there on Woodlawn Avenue in Detroit. So anyway, that was better times in some ways. Of course, and we had the Vietnam War after that, but it was a happier time and a better time, because that's when I was growing up, and there was just, you know, no question about it. You were going to get drafted, so you just picked out where you were going to go do your service, or you went to college, got a deferment or something, whatever. But everybody just knew you were going to serve a stint in the military, and that's the way it was. And we had a lot of obligations around the world. And I guess I don't know. I don't know how they kind of kept a lid on all of it back then, but they had proxy wars all over the place. And now, I don't know, they used to have the doomsday clock and all that other stuff. I guess you're way too young to remember that duck and cover. That was kind of a joke. You know, like if you had a nuclear explosion, you were supposed to crawl underneath your deck, underneath your desk. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Looking back on that stuff, it's kind of comical now, but it was also deadly serious. But and then things did get better later on. We also, you know, all this stuff we're talking about now, I can remember them showing a little tiny pellet of uranium and say it would produce it would replace so many tons of coal, and that we were going to have all this nuclear power. Well, that never came to fruition either. There were several design changes. So anyway, a lot of us after Sputnik, after Russia scared us to death with Sputnik, well, all of us, you know, buckled down, studied, thought we were going to have a great future and all that. And somehow, here we are, still back to the age-old problem of man fighting man, and I guess that's the way it will always be until the end of time. But it's not a very comfortable thing. as they say, weakness just invites more attacks.
Yeah. All right, Vic. Well, with that, we're going to wrap it up on a Friday morning with 844-844-3388. Before we get to our NTPA update, let's get to Brother Rambler. Morning. Happy Friday.
Well, good morning. Happy Friday. Praise God. Glad to be on with you, Steve. And I tell you what, if I was to ever become president of the United States, Vic would definitely be on my list of presidential advisors. But I'll make this quick, and I know you want to get to the update. My stepdad, who I call Dad, he realized he was about to get drafted, and he's like, you know what? He was young, scared. He said, I'll join the Coast Guard. And living out in Central Oregon, if you get a map, Terrebonne is going to be hard to find, but it's out there just north of Bend. You got Bend, Redmond, then Terrebonne, Oregon, where he was from. And he dropped out of school, joined the United States Coast Guard, and I'll be doggone it, they didn't ship him right to Vietnam in the Coast Guard. But he made a 27-year career out of being in the Coast Guard. He did a couple of cruises on the Navy Constellation, USS Constellation. He's been to the North Pole. He's been to the South Pole many times. And he's got shellback status. Matter of fact, if Sundance ever calls back up, give us your shellback status. I'd like to know that, and how difficult was it to get the jewel out of Neptune's belly? For you, it was. But anyways, that being said, there's nothing wrong with the father, Steve, wanting his child to come back, and I would be the same way. If any of my boys had to go and join the military, I'd want them to join something easy so they can come back. Mm-hmm. That's the last thing a parent wants to do is have to bury a child. So yeah, brother, you have every right in the world to defend your actions, and I'll stand with you because I'm a father too, and we applaud Stephen Jr. He left the party days, the natty light, and all the hell raising that he did behind to go fight for his country. He turned out to be a good young man, got a good dog striker, and good family. So hey, good things come out of it. But he left a lot of his buddies behind. That's why we celebrate Memorial Day. Want to just encourage people. Look, listen here. Make this also quick. People ask me, what religion are you? Listen, religion is man-made, not God-made. God didn't make religion. Man did. I'm non-denominational. And so is our church, Determined Ministries Church. We don't care what religion you want to proclaim to be. You come on to our church, we're non-denominational. We don't do religion. We just want you to come on in, log on at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. You can tolerate my singing because I don't have someone that wants to, we have a lot of callers, Steve, that don't want to call up Steve Summers' show. They're shy. And I have a lot of people that sit in the congregation, they don't want to get up to sing or get on camera, so I have to do it. And if you can tolerate my singing, and we're singing for the Lord, you can deal with the message that the Holy Spirit gives, that he chooses the vessel, which is me, to stand behind his sacred desk and come on and be with us 5 o'clock p.m. We love to have you. And don't forget about the other show that comes on at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, called Steve Summers The Overnight Drive. Check out his website, overnightdrive.com. Get all your koozie and all your shirts and all your Stiction Eliminator needs. We love you, God's children. Remember, love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Steve, Brother Rambler, I love you. I can love you, and I do. God bless you. Everybody have a great and safe weekend, and I look forward to seeing you at Determined Ministries Church.
There you
God
go.
Bless you.
All right.
First came a friendly Friday for 3 past champions. Then came a huge Saturday for 3 Hoosiers. This as the championship pulling caravan departs the Carolinas bound for corn country. From National Tractor Pros Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We have our first results to report from the 2024 NTPA Grand National Campaign, as the Galant Mule City 300 was conducted this past weekend with nearly 100 vehicles in attendance. Razor's Edge track conditions and the great unknowns of a fresh season resulted in some wild rides and dramatic finishes. Moments after winning the first GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified hook, R.J. Simon took his late Hall of Fame dad Rogers Simon Says four-wheel drive Chevrolet to a last-pass victory. The son and mother team of Grant and Renee Theobald nabbed first and third in the modified mini class. But for the other three divisions, past title winners showed their mettle. Defending Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock champ Brent Meyer went 1-2 with his own injected funds and the Simons Loud and Heavy John Deeres. Adam Spiegelberg fired his first shot toward title number 3 in light superstock with his Detonator Black Case IH. And the Rutten Deer of 2021 champ Robert Gansmere won the Superstock Opens opener. Saturday night brought 5 different drivers to victory lane after Simon had the only sweep in light mod. Mark Mangan reasserted his dominance with his Outlaw Bowtie four-wheeler, and Colton Whitworth had a breakout night in light super, powering his Yield Express and Bin Buster New Generation Deer entries to the top 2 prizes. But the surprises of the night belonged to 3 seasoned vets from Indiana. First, Kent Payne of Veedersburg took in Benson to ready his Super Rooster Diesel for his title defense. But Payne always pulls to win and held off the Alkies after an early 316-foot hook. Next, almost 30 years into a pulling career spent mostly as top crewman for the legendary Larry Kester, Ron Tobin of Huntingburg has a Grand National victory with the Kester family's Walk the Line Mini.
It really feels good to come out on top for once. After doing stupid last night, I said, well, I can do my trick again, so I'm just glad it all worked out.
Audio courtesy of FullPole.live. And Tim Kaine of New Palestine closed out the night with his fist in the air as the 2009 Pro Stock champion Red Gambler came up 7s for the first time in 5 seasons.
Man, we got the setup just right, and it was nice and smooth, and tires were digging and clawing all the way to the end, and there couldn't have been any driver.
Now it's on to Farley, Iowa, and 300 Raceway for the Farley Nationals, the reigning NTPA Grand National Pull of the Year, and the second leg of the Hot Shot Secret Bonus Series. The 2-night event is set for Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th, and on the NTPA's official streaming partner, FullPole.live. Classes competing at Farley include High Torque Super Farm tractors. High Torque manufactures the highest quality gear reduction starter motors on the market today. Their U.S. patented design maximizes the clearance considerations necessary for their customers' difficult-to-fit applications. Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors. CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive trucks. In addition to the Mayhill-owned Giant Puller tire, brands offered for sale by CM Pulling Tires include Firestone, Mitas, Parks, and Pro Puller, and wheel brands including Kaiser, Midwest, and Reel. 4-wheel drive trucks. Dr. Preload Super Semi Trucks. Headquartered in Fonda, New York, Dr. Preload is a product of Temper Axle, a company that has earned the trust of fleets around the world. Parent company Temper Corporation is a leader in specialized bearing adjustment solutions. And Multi-Engine Modifieds. Also on tap for next weekend are the Region 2 NTPA Megapole in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, and the Region 3 Showdown in Kurgtown in Ellsworth, Wisconsin, both on Saturday night. As always, NTPAPOLL.com for details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. solutions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, in our final moments, right on the heels of the 80th anniversary, D-Day, storming the beaches of Normandy. Here we are, June the 7th. And it was on this date in history, in 1942, the Battle of Midway, regarded as one of the most decisive U.S. victories in its war against Japan, came to an end. The Battle of Midway was an Allied naval victory and a major turning point in World War II. Fought between Japanese and American carrier forces near the Midway Atoll, a territory of the United States in the Central Pacific, from June 4th through 7th of 1942. It was on the 4th that the battle began. Midway Island is a fairly isolated atoll, so named because it's midway between North America and Asia in the North Pacific. But Midway's importance grew for commercial and military planners. In the 1930s, Midway became a stopover for Pan American Airways. Flying Clippers, seaplanes crossing the ocean on their 5-day transatlantic passage. An incredibly strategic location. The Japanese had not lost a naval battle in more than 50 years and had nearly destroyed the American fleet just 6 months earlier in the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. But the American success at Midway was a major victory over the Imperial Japanese Navy, as all 4 Japanese carriers that had participated in the attack on Pearl Harbor. A resounding defeat. And we close it out there on a Friday. Have a great weekend. Be safe. See you back at the midnight hour Sunday night. We'll do it again.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,